Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
Seeing him enter, the security guard just glanced at him before lowering his head to continue playing with his phone. That was actually fine. Liu Zheng didn't really like dealing with people in this world either. All that casual banter was just for survival. But he soon had no choice but to interact because the turnstile blocked his way. Although given the turnstile's height, Liu Zheng could easily jump over it from a standing position. But even an idiot would know that forcing his way through would lead to trouble. Maybe a laser net would suddenly appear and slice him into grilled lamb cubes. Just as he prepared to go talk to the security guard, a white-collar worker approached. Her painted face was an anime style, apparently AI-generated since she had 3 years. "I can swipe you in," the office worker offered proactively. "Oh, thank you then." Liu Zheng stepped aside. "But you need to give me the delivery bag," the office worker said. "Why do you want the delivery bag?" he asked curiously. "That's none of your concern. Give me the delivery bag, and I'll swipe you in," the office worker repeated. Whether he could give her the delivery bag genuinely touched upon Liu Zheng's knowledge gap. After all, Bullhorse hadn't mentioned this rule, and based on his real-world delivery experience, the platform never emphasized this aspect either. Since delivery packaging varied by store, better ones used insulated bags, worse ones just plastic bags. When in doubt, ask Bullhorse. Liu Zheng decisively made the call, which unsurprisingly didn't connect. This time Bullhorse was determined not to answer, not even bothering with the courtesy of a call notification. "Fine then," he shrugged, preparing to fish for more information from the office worker. Just then, the security guard walked over. "Manager Huang, aren't you going to work? I remember your break time is only 5 minutes," he said to the office worker. "I have extra credits." The office worker pursed her lips. "You should save them. Keep them for critical moments, don't you think?" the security guard said expressionlessly. His face was painted in oil painting style, showing some Rembrandt mid-to-late period skill. Deep eyes hidden behind gloomy lighting, creating quite an intimidating presence. "Fine." The office worker's expression shifted several times before she finally conceded. She gave the delivery box one last reluctant look, swiped her card, and passed through the turnstile. Delivery bags are precious. Don't give them away easily. Watching the office worker enter the elevator, the security guard said to Liu Zheng. "What are they actually used for?" he asked. The security guard didn't speak, just pointed to his own face. "Oh," Liu Zheng seemed to understand. "Where are you delivering to?" the security guard asked. 403. "To whom?" "Manager Wang," he replied. "That guy's troublesome." The security guard frowned. Last time Xiaomei didn't mop clean enough, he almost got her fired with a complaint. "Who's Xiaomei?" "The cleaner." "Oh, how inhuman." Liu Zheng pretended to be righteously indignant. He wasn't human to begin with. "You'll understand when you see him. There are cameras in the building. I can't help you too much. Just remember one thing. Argue in private, fight in public." The security guard swiped him through the turnstile, then returned to his post. "Thanks," Liu Zheng said to the air as he passed through the turnstile. Entering the elevator lobby, he found 3 elevators. One served only odd-numbered floors, one only even-numbered floors, and one stopped at every floor. Which one to choose? While hesitating, he suddenly heard the security guard cough. "Cough, cough. Get full chapters from novel FireNet." "Understood." Liu Zheng comprehended the hint and chose the even floors only elevator. The elevator arrived quickly, doors opening to reveal an elevator attendant wearing something resembling a flight attendant uniform. "Which floor are you going to?" After he entered, the elevator attendant, with an American comic-style painted face, asked. "Thanks, I can press it myself," Liu Zheng said cautiously. "Sorry, only elevator attendants can operate the elevator. Property management regulations." The elevator attendant maintained a standard American sweetheart smile. "Fine, I'm going to 403. He went along with it. Okay. The elevator attendant pressed 1103. What does that mean? Liu Zheng stared at her. Property management regulations require visitors to take the elevator to the top floor. The elevator attendant said. Then why did you even ask? Playing with me? If that's how you want to interpret it. I can't help that. The elevator attendant replied, without changing expression. How about we become friends? Liu Zheng took out a cup of coffee. It wasn't that he minded climbing stairs, but mainly worried about other unexpected troubles. Not interested. The elevator attendant switched to a bitchy American green tea smile. You refuse a toast only to drink a forfeit. Liu Zheng's eyes turned fierce as he pulled out insecticide. What are you doing? The elevator attendant's expression turned panicked. Helping you exterminate some pests. He grinned viciously. I'm not a bug. That won't work on me. The elevator attendant forced composure. Really? Then why are you panicking? Who's panicking? The elevator attendant stubbornly insisted. Liu Zheng noticed something interesting. These face-painted people apparently couldn't control their expressions well. And the more exaggerated the art style, the weaker their control. Like this elevator attendant, whose facial features looked about to fly off. What was she afraid of? If she herself wasn't afraid of insecticide, then she was afraid of him spraying it in the elevator. Could this elevator be a bug? Liu Zheng tapped the elevator with his tentacles while observing the elevator attendant's expression. It was a mocking expression, so probably not that reason. Maybe she was worried about other elevator users? Recalling the security guard's earlier words, he began to understand. If I spray this elevator full of insecticide, certain leaders won't be able to use it, right? This elevator is under your management. If they can't use it, you'll be held responsible, right? Ding! As he spoke, the elevator reached the 11th floor. The doors opened to reveal a dense jungle outside. Insect chirping echoed all around, but he couldn't see a single bug. Maybe they were too small or hidden in the shadows. Press floor 4. Now, Liu Zheng said sternly. The sense of danger from his intuition made his hair stand on end. The elevator attendant bit her lip, remaining silent. Then let's die together, Liu Zheng said, about to press the spray nozzle. No! The elevator attendant screamed and pressed floor 4. The elevator doors quickly closed, shutting out that chilling feeling. So you see, wouldn't it be better if we all got along? Why hurt each other? Don't you agree? Liu Zheng patted her shoulder and handed her a cup of unlucky coffee. You're right. The elevator attendant forced a smile and took a sip of coffee. The one she took was a full sugar latte. As the sweet, slightly bitter flavor filled her taste buds, her expression improved considerably. That's better. Smile more when you can. We're all just working, scowling through the day or smiling through it. It's still a day. The more they don't want to see us smile, the more we should smile at them. Right. Liu Zheng smiled. Right. So what's that in your hand? The elevator attendant asked with a subtle expression. He put away Tindalow's chew toy. Soon, they reached the 4th floor. Just as Liu Zheng prepared to exit, the elevator attendant stopped him. Be careful of Wang Manny. She's a bitch. Wang Manny? The person who placed the order seemed to be surnamed Wang? Could it be the same person? Thank you. Liu Zheng replied politely, then stepped out of the elevator. Outside was a long corridor with offices on both sides. 401, 402, 403. Found it. He pushed the door open. Inside was a massive space filled with cross-shaped cubicles arranged neatly, at least 100 workstations visible at a glance. Hearing the noise, employees behind their workstations looked up. Over 100 faces of various styles stared at Liu Zheng, nearly triggering his trypophobia. Ahem. May I ask which one is Manager Wang? His delivery has arrived. He raised the delivery container to indicate. Manager Wang is in a meeting. Give it to me. I'll pass it to him later. A woman with a 3D style face stood up and walked toward Liu Zheng. And you are? I'm his secretary, the woman said. He glanced at the woman's chest. The employee badge clearly read. Sales Department Specialist, Wang Manny. How long will his meeting take? Liu Zheng asked. That's hard to say. Maybe 10 minutes, maybe an hour. Wang Manny replied. Then where is he meeting? I could deliver it there. What? Are you afraid I'll steal his food? Wang Manny let out a coquettish laugh. It had to be said, her figure was quite good, her custom-tailored suit dress was very eye-catching, and her 3D face modeling was top-tier studio quality. Definitely fappable. Under normal circumstances, Liu Zheng wouldn't mind exchanging some playful banter with her, even knowing this woman wasn't human. But now that he knew she was a bitch, he instantly lost all interest, feeling only annoyance. He was a proper guy who only preferred the pure and sexy style. Yes, very afraid. So he said bluntly, "My dress alone costs over 8,000. You think I'd steal takeout?" Wang Manny burst into exaggerated laughter. But she controlled her tone well, not making it uncomfortable. Since when do rich people not steal takeout? Liu Zheng raised an eyebrow. I know this tree that even tries to steal piss, but it could easily afford a bottle of Vlad 3 limited edition. Are you saying you're richer than it? Wang Manny stopped laughing. She felt this delivery guy might be telling the truth. She felt somewhat embarrassed, and that embarrassment turned into irritation. If you know such wealthy people, why are you still delivering food? She asked with sarcastic mockery. Because the city is big, and I want to see everywhere. Liu Zheng's response left Wang Manny speechless, so she returned to the main topic. Manager, Wang doesn't like being disturbed during meetings. Either give it to me, or wait until he returns from his meeting. He glanced at his phone. 30 minutes left. Actually, how much time remained didn't matter. That manager Wang definitely wouldn't obediently return before the deadline. He knew these order-placing types all too well. Just as Liu Zheng was about to speak, he suddenly remembered the security guard's reminder. Argue in private, fight in public. Liu Zheng glanced at Wang Manny, standard white slim but not young style. One tentacle could take down 10 of her. But considering her high income in this money-obsessed world, her combat ability probably wasn't weak. So he decided to change tactics. The delivery isn't urgent. That dress you're wearing is really beautiful. Where did you buy it? I'd like to get one for my girlfriend too. Liu Zheng said with a beaming smile. Wang Manny was completely thrown off. She was ready to go full throttle, but he surrendered faster than the French. She couldn't release her anger, but you don't hit a smiling person, so she replied. This was custom-made by a tailor. He only accepts appointments from high-income individuals. Wang Manny emphasized the words high-income. Perfect timing then. My girlfriend is the executive chef's assistant at the bloody restaurant. She should count as high-income, right? Liu Zheng said with a smile. He checked. Salmon was a female cat. Though having a cat as a girlfriend was a bit strange, there was no other option. It wasn't like he was human anymore anyway. Couldn't exactly use bull horse or white feather chicken as substitutes, right? French plain tree? That thing might not even have a gender. As for Si Shui, Liu Zheng didn't dare. He was afraid he'd get crushed to death just for suggesting it. Oh, forgot about the novelist too. Whatever, not a big deal. Well, Wang Manny hesitated. The executive chef's assistant at the bloody restaurant definitely qualified as high income. Someone as beautiful and generous as you, with such high income, you wouldn't be unwilling to share, would you? Liu Zheng feigned surprise. Wang Manny certainly didn't want to share. If someone else wore the same dress, wouldn't her money be wasted? Same outfit isn't scary. Whoever looks worse feels awkward. That's for regular clothes. Who want to match custom-made outfits? But under her colleagues' watching eyes, Wang Manny couldn't refuse. Of course, no problem. Take down this number. She forced a smile and recited a string of digits. Liu Zheng actually noted it down seriously. His memory was exceptionally good anyway, and it might actually come in handy someday. I notice your earrings are also very beautiful. They have that noble, exquisite feel. If I gave these to my girlfriend, she'd be so happy she proposed to me on the spot. Liu Zheng said with complete seriousness. Ha! The office employees burst into laughter. Wang Manny couldn't help but smile slightly. That won't do. The proposal should come from the guy. Right, ladies? She said. Assistant Wang is right. The female employees chimed in unison. Feeling she'd gained some social points, Wang Manny felt pleased with herself. Assistant Wang clearly has great social connections. So many people respond to just one sentence. Liu Zheng said enviously. Discover more novels at noelfire.net. Haha, everyone's just being supportive. Wang Manny's smile became slightly more genuine. Oh, right. Thank you for the tailor's number, Assistant Wang. This coffee is for you. I don't drink. Thank you. She was about to say she doesn't drink outside coffee, but seeing it was unlucky coffee, she swallowed her words. After all, not even drinking unluck coffee would make her seem unsociable. Half-sugar caramel macchiato with exquisite latte art. Perfect for a metropolitan beauty like her. Wang Manny even wondered if this delivery guy had a crush on her. Why else would the coffee be so perfectly suited? With all the flattery and coffee gifts, she really couldn't deliberately make things difficult anymore. Especially with so many colleagues watching. Follow me. Wang Manny put down the coffee and beckoned to Liu Zheng. Right away, he followed Wang Manny to a small door. Wang Manny gently knocked with her knuckles. What is it? An irritable voice came from inside. Manager Wang, your delivery has arrived. Wang Manny said in a professional tone. In a meeting, tell him to wait. Manager Wang said impatiently. Wang Manny looked at Liu Zheng, who pointed at his phone and shook his head. The delivery time is almost up, and the delivery guy is quite anxious. Could you perhaps come out to get it? Remembering the caramel macchiato, Wang Manny gritted her teeth and spoke up. I said stop bothering me. Can't you just sign for it yourself? Manager Wang's voice was nearly roaring now. Can't even handle such a simple thing. What exactly are you doing as an assistant? Wang Manny turned pale from the shouting. She shook her head at Liu Zheng, indicating she couldn't do anything more. Thank you, Miss Wang. You've already helped a lot. Liu Zheng thanked her sincerely. If it doesn't work, just wait a bit longer. I'll ask again for you in about 10 minutes. Feeling his sincerity, Wang Manny was willing to help a little more. No need. Even waiting 10 more hours won't make him sign. In their eyes, only their own time matters. Liu Zheng shook his head. Then what do you plan to do? Wang Manny asked. Me? He smiled, then faced the cubicles and took a deep breath. Everyone, look at me, he shouted loudly. The employees who had already been secretly watching them all looked up. I have an announcement to make. Liu Zheng scanned the room, making sure every employee's attention was on him. The boss is a fucking idiot. He kicked open the conference room door. The leaders who were in the meeting stopped their conversation. They stared in shock at Liu Zheng, who had burst through the door. And Liu Zheng was even more shocked than them, because all these leaders were insects. Stag beetles, atlas moths, cockroaches, mosquitoes, dung beetles. Harmful ones, beneficial ones, domesticated ones, wild ones, those that eat feces and those that don't, they were all there. Who is Manager Wang? He snapped back to reality and shouted. No insect answered, but all the insects instinctively glanced toward one particular bug. The one currently pointing at the PowerPoint presentation with authority. It was a giant isopod. Who are you? Manager Wang asked. Since you've asked so sincerely, I'll generously tell you. Liu Zheng spoke while walking forward. I'm your daddy. When he was just one step away, he suddenly pounced, grabbing Manager Wang in a tight embrace. What are you doing? Quick, call security. Manager Wang struggled fiercely. Its strength was enormous. Liu Zheng felt like he was holding onto a car. Shut up. He wrapped 3 tentacles around Manager Wang, while the remaining tentacle grabbed its antennae and yanked hard. Squirt! A stream of pale purple blood shot out. The legendary vest's true damage effect was exceptionally effective. Manager Wang let out a sharp, piercing screech. It struggled even more violently, its 4 pairs of jointed limbs bursting through the suit jacket as they thrust forward violently. The already chitinous exoskeleton didn't help Liu Zheng much. His chest and abdomen were pierced through, the barbed jointed limbs hooking directly onto his bones. Yet this was exactly what he had hoped for. You're doing well, very well indeed. Liu Zheng laughed maniacally as he forcefully embraced Manager Wang. Then, assuming a ball-carrying charge posture, he flew out of the conference room. Exposed to the sunlight streaming through the floor-to-ceiling windows, Manager Wang went even more berserk. The suit on its back also tore open, revealing its calcium-based shell. Then, with a powerful tear, It actually ripped Liu Zheng's upper body in half. But this was as far as it went. Do you have any idea how much this hurts? He complained through gritted teeth. 3 tentacles frantically stuffed his organs back in, then struggled to tie the 2 halves of his body together. The other tentacle held the insecticide pressed against Manager Wang's compound eyes. I asked you a question. Do you know or not? Liu Zheng patted Manager Wang's face. Brother, let's talk this out properly. Please put down the insecticide first. Manager Wang said, trembling with fear. Its voice sounded extremely strange, like echoes from the deep sea. You think I'm stupid? Liu Zheng kicked Manager Wang's lower limbs, making it stumble. Yo, pretty tough. Follow current novels on novelire.net. He delivered several more kicks, aiming precisely at the reverse joint positions, finally breaking its lower limbs. Losing its balance, Manager Wang fell to its knees with a thud. Liu Zheng noticed its size seemed to have shrunk. Was this why fights should happen in public? He unceremoniously broke Manager Wang's other leg without hesitation. Then, the giant isopod shrank another size. Really interesting. Liu Zheng laughed loudly as he tore off Manager Wang's jointed limbs one by one. By the time he smashed its dorsal shell, too, Manager Wang was only palm-sized. This is your delivery. Please sign for it. Liu Zheng took out the wood sprite's milk and said with polite courtesy, I can't sign either. Manager Wang lay on the ground, half dead as it spoke. No problem. I'll help you. Liu Zheng grabbed it, using its body as a pen and its blood as ink, writing Manager Wang 3 characters on the delivery order. Though no one said signing had to be done this way, life always needs a bit of ceremonial feeling. See, can we stop now? Now, Manager Wang was mostly dead. He glanced at the conference room. The insects inside hadn't chased out, just stood watching from the doorway. Their expressions were complex, some dissatisfied, some happy, some apprehensive. What are you looking at? Watching the show costs money too. Liu Zheng walked over and closed the conference room door. He stood at the doorway, thinking for a moment, then carried Manager Wang over to Wang Manny. If he dies, can you become manager? Liu Zheng asked quietly. Hearing his words, Wang Manny's pupils shook with seismic shock. She glanced fearfully at the giant isopod, but ambition's flames involuntarily ignited in her eyes. He unceremoniously broke Manager Wang's other leg without hesitation. Bitch! Manager Wang seemed to understand something and began cursing violently, but it only managed one curse before Liu Zheng smashed its mouthparts. I still need your delivery bag. Wang Manny's face paled momentarily, but her gaze grew even more determined. Fine, take it. Liu Zheng gave her the delivery bag without hesitation. This is my private number. Wang Manny recited a string of numbers, emphasizing the word private. He smiled dismissively. One day, or perhaps there won't be such a day, I'll call this number. But before that day's phone rings, please accept this cake. Liu Zheng took out a fresh coconut lotus seed cake and handed it to Wang Manny. As your promotion gift, he pressed the insecticide spray nozzle all the way down, and amid the excessive spray, the giant isopod dissolved into a puddle of pus and blood. He threw away the empty can and walked out of office 403, dripping blood all the way. Wang Manny watched him leave, then tore off the paper bag on her head. Beneath the paper bag, nothing but emptiness. She felt around and placed the delivery bag on her neck. Blood-colored irises bloomed on her newly grown face. And Wang Manny's hands had also somehow transformed into 2 jointed limbs. I'm back. Liu Zheng entered the break room. Are you sick or something, kid? Buying so much coffee and cake nearly exhausted me to death. Bullhorse cursed at him the moment he saw him. Weren't you the one who told me to bring some for the kitchen staff too? If we're giving, give to everyone. Otherwise, we'd offend people. Liu Zheng defended himself. You sure have plenty of slick ideas. Burp. Bullhorse let out a loud, resonant burp. She glanced fearfully at the giant isopod, but ambition's flame spontaneously ignited in her eyes. He said speechlessly, Duh, why wouldn't I eat something delivered right to my door? Never expected unlucky coffee employees taste pretty good too. not worse than their coffee. Bullhorse said, beaming with joy, "Do you have any idea that one mouth of yours cost me 1,200?" Liu Zheng said with deadpan eyes, "Money's already spent. Not eating it would be even more wasteful." Bullhorse said with righteous confidence, "Besides, I'm not eating yours for free. Here." It tossed Liu Zheng a boning knife. He caught it steadily, then looked at the item description. Name, picky. Type, equipment. Quality, fine. Effect, when hitting target, deals additional damage based on target's grade as ingredient. Note, such a good back. What a shame not to make it into tenderloin. Can be taken out of dungeon. Yes. The blade was about 4 fingers long, narrow at the top and wide at the bottom, the edge bright, white like snow, making Liu Zheng's eyes ache faintly. "Where'd you get this?" he asked. "Weren't you asking for sick leave?" "I borrowed this knife from Napoleon for your protection. Take good care of it. If you lose it, just die outside. Otherwise, when you come back, Napoleon will still kill you." Burp. Bullhorse burped again. Seemed that unlucky coffee delivery person really satisfied it. "Thanks. By the way, boss, can you let me go to the kitchen one more time?" Liu Zheng asked after putting away the boning knife. "What do you want to do?" Bullhorse became alert. "I want to go get something," Liu Zheng said bluntly. "You're addicted to stealing now, aren't you?" "No way." Bullhorse refused just as directly. "Do you think the kitchen is your home? Coming and going as you please, taking whatever you want. If you get caught again, you dying is the small problem. Me getting blacklisted by Napoleon is the big problem." It grumbled. "Aren't you about to run away anyway? Why care about being blacklisted?" "Haven't run yet, have I? Besides, not working at the restaurant doesn't mean I can't take restaurant jobs. With my relationship with Napoleon, smuggling would be a piece of cake." Bullhorse fantasized about counting piles of money, practically drooling. "You're cutting into the circle God sex business. Would they agree?" "Whether they agree or not. When the time comes, Oink and I will join forces. Does some little broken sect think they can overthrow the heavens?" Bullhorse snorted coldly. "Can Oink leave the black market?" "Theoretically, no, but it's not impossible." Bullhorse said, "The cost must be huge. At least 2 years of profits." Bullhorse's mouth twitched. This was assuming he could make money every time. But given his strength and the connections he'd built up as a delivery driver, the possibility of losing money wasn't great. "I actually have a way that doesn't require Oink to get involved." Liu Zheng rolled his eyes as he spoke. "Oh, let's hear it." Bullhorse asked with considerable interest. "Partner with Delago," he said. "That tree? No way, no way." Bullhorse shook his head frantically. "His chapter is dated by novelfire.net. I'm doing well enough not to burn it down, and you want me to cooperate with it? Not a chance in hell. The Circle God sect sold you out, and you could restrain yourself from taking action. Delago just beat you up, and it was because you sold it fake wine first. What deep hatred or great resentment is there?" Liu Zheng persuaded. "The Circle God sect was doing Napoleon a favor. Cooperating with that tree would be me going to it myself. How face-saving would that be?" Bullhorse muttered. "Money gives you face." When I went to deliver to that office building this time, the security guard actively swiped his card for me. The person who ordered the food got taken out by me, and their assistant still had to thank me. So much face. Why? Because I hit them with money. Have you forgotten when the 2 of us went to the gambling den and almost got all our money scammed away by demons? Don't you want to earn big money steadily? Liu Zheng fired questions like a machine gun, finally prying open Bullhorse's mouth. Even if I'm willing to cooperate with that tree, what help can it provide anyway? The Circle God sect people aren't stupid. They won't enter its activity range. Bullhorse said, that's exactly why I need to get something from the kitchen. Since they'd reached this point in the conversation, he simply laid all his cards on the table. The kitchen might be storing a wood spirit. Delago needs the acorns from her body to complete its evolution, which would expand its activity range to several nearby streets. Then we can use that to lure the Circle God sect people over and wipe them all out in one go. Liu Zheng said. This way, he'd complete the transaction with the plain tree, help Bullhorse eliminate competitors, and solve his own potential enemies. 3 birds with 1 stone, as they say. After hearing his words, Bullhorse pondered for a long time, then suddenly stood up. "Wait here, I'll go ask." It threw out this sentence and ran out. After about half an hour, Bull Horse returned. Napoleon said wanting the acorns is fine, but you have to trade something for them. It said, "What thing?" "A giant mouth whale." "A whale? Does Napoleon think too highly of me?" Liu Zheng had a black question mark expression on his face. Although he did have some connection with the mermaid princess, whether she'd acknowledge it was another matter. Even if the mermaid princess was willing to help, he couldn't drag it back. Even an orca weighs several tons, let alone a giant mouth whale. Panicking over what? It's just a name, not an actual whale. Bull Horse said, "Then what is it?" "It's a type of catfish found in many places, but Napoleon specifically wants one from the sewers." Bull Horse replied, "What?" "Sewer water nurtures people, of course. All the wastewater in the city has to pass through the sewers first. It's full of essence." Bull Horse licked its lips. "You?" Liu Zheng made a disgusted expression. "What do you know? Let me ask you, what's the next line after the rich rely on technology?" Bull Horse asked. "The poor rely on mutation?" "Exactly. The sewers lack everything except things that can make you mutate. Take a bath in that water, and you might come out as a hermit crab." Bull Horse nodded. "Crazy, suddenly speaking in dialect to act cute." Liu Zheng said disdainfully. "Who the hell is speaking dialect?" "I said hermit crab." Bull Horse said angrily. "This is the most common mutation type in the sewers. No matter what race you were originally, you'll turn into a retarded shrimp, your only thought for the rest of your life being to find yourself a big, hard shell. Is this supposed to be a good thing? Is this not a good thing?" Bull Horse looked at him strangely. "In this world, the smarter you are, the more pain you feel. The more you want, the more you suffer. Might as well be a hermit crab. Live simply and comfortably. Finding a shell can make you happy for several days." As it said this, its expression actually showed some compassion for humanity. Copied from Bai Longzi's poetry collection again, right? However, Liu Zheng immediately exposed it. "None of your business. Just say whether you're going or not." Bull Horse said furiously, embarrassed. "Go, of course I'll go. But from what you're saying, this place doesn't sound very safe." "Nonsense. Besides this break room, where is there a safe place?" Bull Horse said matter-of-factly. "Huh." Liu Zheng glanced at it. "You're the biggest unsafe factor. Didn't you kids still want to go to the garbage processing plant? That place is much more dangerous than the sewers. If you don't even dare go to the sewers, then you might as well give up now." Bull Horse provoked. "Can't you come with me? I don't have that kind of free time. Plus, the sewers don't welcome me either. If I go, I'm more likely to get surrounded. But a mutated freak like you might actually get along well with them." Bull Horse said, "More like getting along through physical means, I bet." Liu Zheng thought to himself. Teasing aside, he began calculating in his heart. First, now the white feather chicken already knew he wanted the wood spirit's acorns. Stealing was impossible. Robbing was even more of a pipe dream. He could only trade for them with the giant mouth whale. Second, what Bull Horse said about the sewers being less dangerous than the garbage processing plant was probably true. He could just use this to adapt to the intensity in advance. Finally, Liu Zheng wasn't completely without advantages in the sewers. First, he still had the never-return empty-handed status effect, which could greatly increase fishing success rate. Second, in water, the heart of the ocean could grant him two powerful effects. Combined with the legendary vest bonuses, self-protection shouldn't be a problem. "Okay, I'll go." After finishing his thoughts, Liu Zheng said, "Sewer water nurtures people, of course. All the wastewater in the city has to pass through the sewers first. It's full of essence." Bull Horse pulled out a black and white photo from its mouth. The photo showed a middle-aged man smiling very happily, and at his feet lay a catfish about the same size as him. Not gonna lie, just looking at the front face, it did somewhat resemble a baleen whale. Seeing what the giant mouth whale looked like, Liu Zheng actually felt somewhat disappointed. Compared to those ingredients he'd seen before, it was too ordinary looking. "Anything else?" he asked. "What else do you want?" Bull Horse looked puzzled. "A fishing rod. How do you fish without a fishing rod? Who told you you need a fishing rod to fish? Look at what the person in the photo used to fish." Bull horse said with a look of disdain. Liu Zheng looked at the photo again. Besides the middle-aged man and the giant mouth whale, there was only the background. No way. He had an ominous premonition. You guessed right. Bull horse said leisurely. He used himself as bait. How exactly do I fish? By taking off my pants to fish. Liu Zheng said with a skeptical look. Vulgar. Bull horse gave him a disdainful glance. You have so many tentacles. Aren't they all fishing bait plus fishing line? I suspect it would bite them off at the roots. He looked at the megamouth whale's mouth full of sharp teeth and said, if they get bitten off, then they get bitten off. You can always grow them back anyway. Bull horse expressed indifference. If the line gets broken, how am I supposed to land the fish? That's why I gave you that knife. Napoleon never said it had to be alive. Just stab it to death and be done with it. Bull horse said, oh, that would work. Liu Zheng nodded. Catching dead things was much easier than catching live ones. Don't make it too unsightly, though. Otherwise, Napoleon might not accept it. Bull horse reminded him. Got it, he acknowledged. Speaking of which, where's the sewer entrance? Liu Zheng took out the map and asked. It's called a sewer system. It's everywhere, obviously. Bull horse looked at him strangely. How could this guy be so cunning one moment and so stupid the next? Only because your world is such a mess. Liu Zheng felt irritated but didn't say it out loud. I'm asking if there's a fixed entrance. No. Any manhole cover or ditch can lead into the sewer system. But if I had to recommend, I'd say either go down through the restaurant's entrance or use the entrance on that tree street. Bull horse replied, why? Megamouth whales prefer nutrient-rich water quality. The sewer under the restaurant has accumulated years of essence, making it perfect for their growth. If you can catch a gold crown grade megamouth whale, Napoleon might just give you the knife outright. Bull horse said, what's the advantage of going through the entrance on Delago Street? It can cover your back. Did you think it accumulated all that wealth just by digging in the dirt? However, the sewer system beneath it probably isn't very well maintained, so there might not be any megamouth whales there. Bull horse said, new chapters are published on novifire.net. Then I'll try Delago's place first. Liu Zheng quickly made a decision. If he couldn't catch anything there, he'd try into the restaurant. Suit yourself. Also, take this. It's also from Napoleon. Bull horse gave him a bag of freeze-dried substance. Name, special high-potency fish attractant. Type, item. Quality, excellent. Effect, after consumption. The user will emit pheromones specifically attractive to megamouth whales and their related species. Note, bro, you smell so good. Can be taken out of dungeon. No. Wait, what's this about related species? Liu Zheng spotted the problematic detail. Biological classification, kingdom, phylum, class, order, family, genus, species. Didn't you pay attention in class? Bull horse looked down on him like a top student. I know about biological classification. What I mean is, will this attractant lure things other than megamouth whales? Of course. How precise do you think attractants are? Being limited to the same genus as megamouth whales is already pretty good. Bull horse said, where do megamouth whales rank within their genus in terms of compatibility? Liu Zheng asked somewhat apprehensively. If you're talking about meat quality, they're definitely top tier. I once managed to get some offal. It was incredibly tender when used in hot pot. Bull horse said, while smacking his lips. What about compatibility? Compatibility? The juvenile forms of other species play with adult megamouth whales by slapping them with their tails. Bull horse shrugged. Then I think this should be renamed high-potency suicide agent instead. Liu Zheng complained. Anyway, I've given it to you. Use it or don't, your choice. Actually, catching other related species isn't bad either. Napoleon accepts them all. If you don't want money, you can trade with it for other things. Not to mention, its collection of vintage wines alone would keep you quite satisfied. Bull horse said, I'll think about it. He responded non-committally. At the very least, he needed to confirm the megamouth whale's strength first. If catching a megamouth whale was already difficult, then he definitely didn't want to catch its relatives. Liu Zheng had no intention of using himself as bait. With the plan set, he now faced a recurring problem again. Time. Based on his limited fishing experience, the delivery time definitely wouldn't be enough. It seemed he could only seek outside help again. Two phone numbers flashed through Liu Zheng's mind. After some consideration, he made a decision. "Senior, what can I do for you?" Novelist's voice was still full of energy when she answered the phone. "How's the novel writing going these past couple days?" he asked. "The plot is fine, but my editor says the writing style isn't working." When I asked specifically what wasn't working, he hasn't replied yet. As soon as the novel was mentioned, Novelist immediately became distressed. "Send it to me to look at." "Won't that be too much trouble for you, Senior?" Novelist sounded somewhat embarrassed. "It's fine. Actually, I need to ask you for a favor too." "Okay, I'll send it to you right now, Senior." Hearing his straightforward words, Novelist became more decisive. Soon, she sent several MMS messages. The photo quality wasn't great, but the words were still barely legible. It only took Liu Zheng a few minutes to read through her manuscript. The pacing is too draggy. As soon as he entered his professional domain, Liu Zheng switched into tyrant mode. Liu Zheng complained. "No, they don't." Novelist mumbled in response. "Then why are you writing about them? The first chapter is prime real estate, and you're wasting it like this?" Liu Zheng said fiercely. "I was thinking it would add some immersion." Novelist explained. "What immersion do readers get from reading about supporting characters? It only causes perspective confusion." "Oh, okay." Even through the phone, Liu Zheng could almost see her lowering her head. "Also, why are all your sentences so long? Not a single sentence has fewer than 40 characters." He pointed out another problem. "I feel like I can't finish what I want to say without writing this way." Novelist thought about it and replied. "You might finish saying it, but readers don't want to hear it. Change it. No sentence should exceed 20 characters, and delete all those meaningless rhetorical flourishes. You're writing urban fiction. Why are you using phrases like eyebrows like faintly gathered mist, eyes that seem happy yet not happy, filled with emotion? Are you trying to make sure readers get completely pulled out of the story?" Liu Zheng said sternly. "When I used to write historical romance, readers quite enjoyed it when I wrote like that." Novelist said quietly. "Do you wear a cheapao when you go swimming?" he asked. "And no, I don't." Novelist understood his meaning, her voice becoming even quieter. Word choice and sentence construction should match the genre, even conform to that genre's readers' reading habits. Otherwise, it's like selling braised pork at a temple dedicated to Ding Zhen. No matter how delicious, nobody will buy it. Liu Zheng said with profound sincerity. "I understand, Senior." Novelist responded loudly. "I'll rewrite a version for you, and you can compare it when revising your own version to send back to me." He said, "Thank you, Senior." Novelist's voice became slightly higher pitched again. After hanging up, Liu Zheng spent 10 minutes writing an opening and sent it to her via text message. 5 minutes later, Novelist replied with a text message. He smiled slightly. Although he didn't write web novels anymore, creating a standard opening was still effortless for him. 30 minutes later, Novelist sent several more MMS messages. "How do you feel about it yourself?" Liu Zheng called her after reading them. "It feels a bit unfamiliar, but does read much more smoothly than before." Novelist said, "Exactly, this is standard web novel writing style. First lean in this direction, and after you've mastered the basics, then explore developing your own style." His tone softened a bit. On the other end of the phone, Novelist nodded vigorously. "Senior, what do you need me to do? I'm available these next few days." She offered proactively. Why does this woman keep trying to take advantage of him? Could she really be a female praying mantis? "I'm not available lately. Going through my egg replacement phase." He brushed her off vaguely. "All right." Novelist sounded somewhat disappointed. "The rightful source is novelfire.net. Same as last time, I need you to help me place a fake delivery order with the delivery time as long as possible," Liu Zheng said. "No problem." Novelist agreed readily. "As for payment, I'll give it to you when I deliver the food," he said. Now that he had money, freeloading didn't feel appropriate anymore. For reliable connections like Novelist, he needed to cultivate the relationship carefully. "No need. I'm not short on money," Novelist refused. "Then let me bring you some unlucky coffee." On his way back, He'd given the remaining coffee to the plane tree. This cup was the one he'd saved for himself. Wow, thank you, senior, novelist said happily. Liu Zheng hung up and noticed Bullhorse staring at him with a strange expression. What's up, boss? He asked. You know how to write novels, too? Passably. But my talent wasn't enough. After writing a few books, my career started declining. So I changed professions, Liu Zheng replied. What did you switch to? Journalism. Which newspaper? Some third-rate tabloid. Not worth mentioning, he said dismissively. If you could write that well, why did you start delivering food? Pissed off some important people and got fired. He'd previously written an article exposing how a certain residential development had been built on former industrial land with severe environmental pollution, where massive amounts of toxic substances had accumulated underground. The new unit's luxury renovations had also used large quantities of substandard materials. Then Liu Zheng's editor-in-chief demanded he issue a public apology admitting his reporting was false. Otherwise, he'd be fired and blacklisted from the industry. Simultaneously, the developer contacted him, one hand holding an envelope, the other hand also holding an envelope. Except one envelope contained money, while the other contained a lawyer's letter. Faced with the choice between professional ethics and his career, he didn't hesitate long before choosing the money. But just as Liu Zheng was about to contact the developer, his hospital test results came back. He was diagnosed with ALS. That settled everything. An educated, capable person who doesn't value his life and has no family can achieve almost limitless destructive potential. The details aren't worth elaborating, but suffice to say both the editor-in-chief and the developer paid the appropriate price. Wouldn't have guessed you've got quite the backstory. Bullhorse curled his lip. Who doesn't have some story these days? Like you, boss. That tale of escaping the breeding farm with the pig-headed man was pretty spectacular too, right? Liu Zheng offered some flattery. You got some nerve, kid. I don't even dare call him that. He's got another nickname, Heaven's Butcher. Bullhorse shot him a sideways glance. Heaven's Butcher. Right. Actually, we weren't from the same breeding farm. His was called Heaven, specializing in breeding his particular species. Mine was called 103, probably raised 20 or 30 types of large livestock. Bullhorse recalled. So how did you get sold off by the Circle God sect? Just unlucky. Right after escaping the breeding farm, I got caught by Circle God sect members who were there to steal stuff. God damn it. If I'd left just 1 minute earlier or later, I wouldn't have had to suffer through all this. Bullhorse said indignantly. Surviving great calamity means great fortune will follow, Liu Zheng comforted. Then you got sold to the restaurant. Right. At first I was backup ingredients, but after he killed off most of the kitchen staff, I applied for a job. Later, when the delivery department was short-handed, I transferred over. Bullhorse explained. So Heaven's Butcher is basically your savior then. You think he got down from that roasting rack by himself? Bullhorse snorted coldly. Boss, is this the kind of thing you can just say out loud like this? Liu Zheng was shocked. Doesn't matter. Bullhorse waved a hoof dismissively. Except for Britannia, all the current restaurant management got their positions later. If anything, they should be thanking him. So is Britannia really strong? Strong indeed. In a straight fight, I couldn't beat him, Bullhorse admitted. As for Napoleon, if he doesn't use the 7 deadly sins, he probably couldn't beat me either. God damn it. If I just had the right equipment, none of them would be my match, Bullhorse cursed. Don't worry. I'll leave the legendary Deliverman set to you, Liu Zheng said. Keep it for yourself. Anyway, after I get back from vacation, I'm quitting. After all these years, I've finally understood. Working for someone else has no future. If you want to get rich, you need to be the boss yourself. Bullhorse declared. I'd say there are advantages to both approaches. He wasn't as extreme as Bullhorse. For powerful beings like Bullhorse, working for others naturally seemed like a bad deal. But for weaklings like Liu Zheng, it was better to rest in the shade of a large tree. Actually, even for Bullhorse, if he hadn't been a restaurant employee, that time he sold fake alcohol, the plane tree probably would have killed him. First, I'll expand through the restaurant's channels, then take over all the Circle God sect's resources, then expand the business into the black market. Bullhorse laid out his commercial empire plans. Will you go steal from the 103 breeding farm like they did? Liu Zheng asked. Is that even a question? How else would I get low-cost inventory? Bullhorse said matter-of-factly. What about the bull horses you steal? Sell them to the restaurant too. Sell them, Bullhorse said decisively. Even if it were my wife and kids, if we couldn't put food on the table someday, I'd sell them too. Badass. Liu Zheng pressed 4 tentacles together, pretending to give a thumbs up. That's just how the world works. You know how I escaped from the breeding farm? How did you escape? He played along. Because I lied to them, saying that after I got out, I'd open the gates and free them all. They believed you? Believe me. They willingly became my stepping stones, rushing forward in waves to crash into the high-voltage fence to overload it. Such idiots, actually believing that nonsense. Just because I took a few beatings for them? Just because I told them what the outside world was like? How the hell would I know what the outside world is like? I made all that shit up. Bullhorse cursed vehemently. If you hadn't been caught by the Circle God sect, would you have opened the gate for them? Of course not, Bullhorse said without hesitation. Boss, you really are a beast. Liu Zheng gave another big tentacle thumbs up. If you're itching for a beating, just say so. I'll go borrow Napoleon's skinning knife to scratch that itch for you. Bullhorse gave him a sidelong glance. No need, I'll scratch it myself. But aren't you worried that being this honest with me will make me wary of you? If I didn't tell you, would you actually not be wary of me? Huh. The two beasts shared a knowing smile. With smart people, you should speak honestly. If you can really help me build my business, as long as you don't cheat me out of money, I'll have your back. Bullhorse stated. Don't worry, I just want to survive. Money is just a tool to me. That's best then, Bullhorse nodded. Just as the two were about to end their conversation, Ghost Hand silently crawled in. Only this time, after placing the order slip, it didn't leave. Bullhorse acted like he saw nothing and casually laid back down in the haystack. Liu Zheng looked at Ghost Hand and felt equally helpless. Unable to speak, Ghost Hand didn't even have facial expressions. How were they supposed to communicate? But soon enough, Ghost Hand began to move. It raised one finger and pointed toward the paper bag beside Liu Zheng. Inside the paper bag was the unlucky coffee. He understood what Ghost Hand meant, then shook his head. He had already promised this cup to the novelist. In this world, credibility seemed quite important. However, besides coffee, he had something else. Liu Zheng pulled a strawberry pudding from his pocket and handed it to Ghost Hand. This was originally something he'd saved for himself, but now he had to reluctantly give it up. Looking at the bright, juicy strawberry on the pudding, Liu Zheng swallowed hard. Sugar is a fundamental human need. Research shows sugar's addictive properties are even higher than tobacco and alcohol, making it essentially a legal addictive substance. Some psychologists even prescribe candy and chocolate to patients because consuming enough sugar can effectively reduce depression and despondency. Liu Zheng felt like he was pretty depressed right now. As if noticing his expression, Ghost Hand's fingertip suddenly extended a sharp nail. Bullhorse, who had his eyes closed, shuddered all over, and Liu Zheng also got a fright. But Ghost Hand wasn't attacking him. It was slicing the pudding cup. The entire pudding was perfectly divided into 2 halves. Ghost Hand's palm grew a mouth again, swallowing half the pudding along with the cup, then casually crawled away. Liu Zheng picked up the pudding and poured it into his mouth. The sweet and sour strawberry combined with the smooth tenderness of the pudding made him smile slightly. Are you actually some kind of succubus, kid? Bullhorse couldn't help but complain. Proper human my ass. I've never seen any human who gets along this well everywhere. Bullhorse said, that's because you haven't met one. The legendary Deliverman Lee got along pretty well everywhere. You even know his name? Bullhorse's eyes widened. Delago told me. What else did that tree tell you? Bullhorse asked curiously. The rest is paid content. Liu Zheng extended his tentacles. Hi, Chewy. Bullhorse spat a thick glob of phlegm, which Liu Zheng dodged. I wouldn't listen even if you told me, but I advise you to ask less about it too. Li's situation is a bit unclear. It warned. Got it. Liu Zheng nodded in agreement. If he told Bullhorse that he not only knew Li was dead, but had personally buried his remains, would it jump up in shock? But Liu Zheng really didn't plan to investigate further. Any situation that could kill even a legendary deliverman would turn him into grilled squid if he barged in recklessly. Liu Zheng picked up the delivery order and looked at its contents. Meal: large portion of finger-licking original flavor chicken. Address: Green Osmanthus Garden, Crazy City, Building 4, Room 606. Time limit: 3 hours. Seeing the 3-hour time limit, he nodded with satisfaction. The novelist was reliable, plus she was good-looking and wealthy. If Liu Zheng didn't strongly suspect this woman had ulterior motives, he might have gone along with it. Wait, was she trying to eat him to inherit his talents? Remembering the example of the calico cat eating its owner, Liu Zheng felt this was very likely the truth. Good thing I'm strong-willed, he thought with lingering fear as he walked out of the break room. Looking at the delivery cart, good, Ghost Hand wasn't waiting for him. Liu Zheng knew the matter of the remains definitely had follow-up, but he hoped it would come as late as possible. As long as he could delay until returning to reality, all conspiracies and schemes would have nothing to do with him. But soon, Liu Zheng's eyes turned sharp again, because on the delivery cart was not only the food container, but also a pure gold card. Name: Chaos Club membership card. Type: miscellaneous item. Quality: perfect. Effect: none. Remarks: courage, wisdom, health, happiness. Everything you want is available here. Can be taken out of dungeon. No. Fake. A cold, weary voice suddenly spoke by his ear. Liu Zheng shuddered in alarm. At that moment, pale white flames suddenly burst from the gold card. A soul-burning sting made him instinctively release his grip, and the gold card fell to the floor with a clear, clinking sound. Liu Zheng didn't immediately pick up the card, but instead looked at his tentacle. There was now a golden human skull mark on it. He stared at the mark for 2 seconds, then drew the boning knife. With a swift raise and drop of the knife, the marked tentacle was severed cleanly at the base. Seemed his ingredient level was quite high. Liu Zheng stared at the severed tentacle as the mark gradually faded. He had an ominous premonition and looked at the newly grown tentacle. Sure enough, the mark gradually appeared again, in exactly the same position. Fine then. Liu Zheng shrugged. If it couldn't be removed, then so be it. He had too many troubles already. One more wouldn't make a difference. Liu Zheng picked up the gold card and tucked it into his pocket. Even a membership card was perfect quality, as expected of the Chaos Club that even the municipal government couldn't handle. Who knew what kind of dragon's den and tiger's lair it was inside? Of course, curiosity aside, he definitely wouldn't go. With his current strength, forget dragon dens and tiger lairs. Even a toilet could drown him. Liu Zheng opened the food container to check the meal inside. He could have just put it directly in the delivery box, but the meal's name made him curious. Damn, I actually guessed right. When Liu Zheng saw what was in the container, he couldn't help but curse aloud. Dozens of different size, various varieties of Armstrong cyclonic jet Armstrong cannons were piled together. Though covered in a crispy outer layer, the excessively explosive appearance made him recognize them at a glance. All right, it was mermaid lantern fried rice. She seemed to have a special fondness for this type of food. Is this woman's kidneys that weak? Liu Zheng speechlessly packed up the delivery and walked toward the passageway. Exiting the restaurant, he quickly jogged to the plane tree. Did you get the acorns? The plane tree waved excitedly. No. Then what are you here for? Get lost, get lost. The plane tree raised its middle finger. You grew arms just to do this, Liu Zheng said with a deadpan expression. After drinking the wood elf milk, the plane tree not only repaired the aging caused by Tindaloz's urine, but also grew 2 arms. Its face had become more refined too, looking even more human-like now. These are my hands. I'll do what I want with them. The plane tree snorted. Fine then. This is my mouth. If I have good news, I can choose not to share it. Liu Zheng made as if to leave. What good news? Tell me, tell me. The plane tree said excitedly. Put that middle finger down first. TCH. The plane tree retracted its hand back into the trunk. Okay then. Quick, tell me. Newest update provided by N0velfire.net. It urged. The head chef is willing to give me acorns, but I need to trade a megamouth whale for them. What the hell is a megamouth whale? The plane tree asked. This thing. Liu Zheng showed it a photo. Haven't seen it. The plane tree shook its head. Hearing this, his heart sank halfway. But since he was already here, he definitely still needed to go down there. I plan to try fishing for it in the sewer. Can you protect me? Liu Zheng asked. I don't mind. But didn't Bullhorse tell you? Tell me what? The sewer is alive. The plane tree said. In. What do you mean? Liu Zheng somewhat understood, but not completely. You humans have immune systems, right? I know that. His expression turned somewhat strange. Today, two eerie residents were both giving him biology lessons. Did he need education to clear dungeons now? For non-native residents like us, we're equivalent to foreign viruses or bacteria to it. Once we enter the sewer, we'll trigger its immune response. The stronger our power, the more intense the reaction. So while I can protect you, I might not always be able to react in time. The plane tree explained. So that's how it is. Liu Zheng fell into thought. Clearly, Bullhorse's plan had flaws, but it probably wasn't intentional. Currently, both its and the plane tree's intelligence had blind spots that needed to be cross-referenced. Something is better than nothing. I still need to go down and try. He quickly made his decision. From a moment Liu Zheng entered this dungeon, when hadn't he sought wealth through danger? Fine then. Take these. The plane tree's two arms automatically detached, then were delivered before him by roots. Each arm can help you once. After they're used up, you'll be on your own. The plane tree said. All right. By the way, do you accept this? Liu Zheng took out the Chaos Club membership card. Bien. How did you get this thing? The plane tree exclaimed in surprise. Ghost Hand probably gave it to me. Chaos Club. The plane tree looked at the membership card with complex emotions. Its roots rubbed through the air, but didn't dare actually touch it. I've never truly seen what Chaos Club looks like, but since I can remember, that unique aura has always lingered around me. In some ways, Chaos Club could be considered my hometown. Even my genius-level intelligence might be related to Chaos Club. The plane tree was unusually sentimental. However, precisely because of this, I can better sense how terrifying Chaos Club is. That aura feels like one thing, yet also several. One among them is especially terrifying, seemingly capable of completely erasing my existence, whether body or soul, even past and future. The plane tree retracted its roots, as if electrocuted. SSN0V3L.fire.net. I won't accept this thing, and I advise you not to use it either. After a moment of silence, it said, Some things aren't for me to decide. Liu Zheng shrugged. What if he received an order from Chaos Club someday? He had never hesitated to assume the worst malice from this world. Then remember to stay away from me before you get yourself killed, so your blood doesn't splatter on me. The plane tree said, Don't you want to visit your hometown? I remember in your human language, returning to hometown also means going to hell. The plane tree gave a cold laugh. Why does a tree have such high cultural literacy? Planning to take graduate exams. Liu Zheng grabbed the two arms and attached them to his shoulders. Where's the entrance? He asked. There. The plane tree pointed to a manhole cover not far away. He walked to the manhole cover and lifted it open. A wave of foul odor assaulted him, making Liu Zheng choke. But interestingly, it wasn't the mixed smell of hydrogen sulfide, methyl mercaptan, methanol, amines, and other compounds. Rather, it was the smell of bad breath combined with gastric acid reflux. Holding his breath, he climbed down the hanging ladder. The shaft was very long. He climbed for several minutes before touching ground. Complete darkness surrounded him, just like in the delivery passageway. Liu Zheng deliberately stomped his hooves. The texture felt somewhat soft, with a bit of bounce back. For tentacles probed the surroundings, quickly finding the walls. Wet, warm, the sensation felt like inserting hemorrhoid suppositories. This made him think of the delivery passageway again. Were they actually the same thing? But upon closer consideration, they weren't quite the same. The darkness in the delivery passageway felt stable and peaceful once you got used to it. While the sewer's darkness wasn't as thick, it carried a subtle malice that made him somewhat anxious and restless. But regardless, Liu Zheng continued forward. He moved sideways, pressing closely against the wall as he advanced. With each step, he waited for his front hoof to firmly settle before shifting his weight forward. This looked ridiculous, but was necessary. In this bizarre world, he needed to do everything possible to increase his survival rate. No one knew which moment of carelessness would become the final straw that broke the camel's back of luck. After advancing 576 steps, light finally appeared ahead. Clusters of glowing moss grew on the walls, emitting faint dark red light. Unlike the stem and leaf structure of ordinary moss, these looked like rotten bananas, or rather. Well, no need for, or rather. They literally looked like shit, specifically the constipated for a long time kind. Liu Zheng remembered the ingredient list of ascension moss. Could shit moss be this stuff? After making these associations, even with all he'd seen since coming to this world, he couldn't help dry heaving several times. Wiping the corner of his mouth, Liu Zheng continued forward. The further he went, the more luxuriant the shit moss grew, and he could see the surroundings more clearly, including the so-called walls. Blue-black surfaces covered with ring-shaped bulges, each groove filled with fine wrinkles. Liu Zheng didn't know whether he was in the sewer's intestines or its brain. Rationality, decline, exemption, successful. The system notification sounded. Indeed, it was right to explore while the legendary vest was active. Steadying himself, he continued forward. Finally, he heard water sounds. Not the gushing sound of flowing water, but the fizzing sound of opening a cola. Liu Zheng carefully peered out while leaning against the wall, and his view suddenly widened considerably. A approximately 3-meter-wide sewage river flowed before him, with no end visible in either direction. The river's base color was black-brown, but mixed with red, green, yellow, and other colors, with a layer of white foam floating on the surface. Simultaneously, bubbles continuously rose in the river, bursting immediately upon reaching the surface and releasing brown-red gas. What gas was brown-red again? Liu Zheng forgot. Anyway, he remembered it should be toxic. But with his current physique, generally toxic gases weren't much threat, at most somewhat uncomfortable. Liu Zheng observed for a while longer, feeling no immediate danger, then stepped out from the passageway. Reaching the riverbank, the smell of bad breath combined with gastric acid reflux became more pronounced. Even if you're not human, you should brush your teeth more. He couldn't help saying. The sewer didn't respond to him. Of course, this was probably a good thing. After watching the bubble popping for a while longer, Liu Zheng decided to try here first. If he couldn't catch anything, he'd move further forward. After all, this was closer to the exit, making escape easier if needed. With his mind made up, he ate 2 bait pellets, then extended his tentacles into the sewage river. Cold. The moment Liu Zheng touched the river water, he felt an extreme cold. It wasn't the cold of ice water, but rather the cold of having liquid nitrogen smeared across your face. But soon, he felt an extreme heat. Not the heat of boiling water, but the heat of being corroded by acid. Though he couldn't see clearly beneath the water's surface, Liu Zheng knew through sensation that his tentacles had already rotted away. But he could still endure it, and he had no choice but to endure it. To some extent, even if his essence hadn't transformed, having experienced so much in human pain while still maintaining his rationality meant he had long since become something non-human. Time passed bit by bit, and that pain sensation finally gradually disappeared. Liu Zheng retracted his tentacles, now reduced to just a small section of broken cartilage. So my tentacles actually have bones inside them, he said with surprise. He truly hadn't noticed this before. In reality, tentacle creatures don't have bones in their tentacles, because these tentacle creatures have very low evolutionary development, with few bones throughout their entire bodies. From a practicality perspective, bone recovery is much slower than muscle recovery. However, Liu Zheng didn't have this concern. He could even regenerate internal organs, let alone bones. He just didn't know if brains could regenerate, and he didn't dare test it. First attempt, failure. Liu Zheng decided to move forward 100 meters and try again. If he failed again, he would move forward 200 meters and try once more. 3 failures, and he would turn back and return. Liu Zheng swung the broken bone as he walked forward with his head lowered. Although the sewer appeared quite peaceful, he didn't let his guard down. The rule about not casually attacking delivery personnel applied to the surface world. It was hard to say whether it applied in the sewer. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. Liu Zheng counted his steps, stopping when he reached the 100th step. Just as he prepared to crouch down, he suddenly felt a cool sensation on his head. He extended a tentacle to feel it, sticky, with a slight warmth. Instantly, alarm bells rang loudly in Liu Zheng's mind, and his body reacted faster than his brain, immediately executing a rolling dodge. A faint breeze brushed past his scalp, and in that split second, Liu Zheng only saw a red shadow. After rolling 3 or 4 meters, he immediately scrambled up and looked toward the ceiling. A blood-red monster was clinging to the ceiling, staring directly at Liu Zheng. How should one describe this monster? It had no skin anywhere on its body, with grotesquely developed muscles and capillaries all exposed, like a skinned bullfrog. Similarly exposed was its brain, extremely swollen brain tissue split to left and right sides, looking like the compound eyes of a fly. The monster's actual eyes were pure black, without any whites or eyelets. Its nails were extremely long and thick, like the claws of a bird of prey. Just its appearance alone gave Liu Zheng tremendous pressure. This pressure wasn't the unknown eeriness that Bull Horse, the Plane Tree, or Oink had brought him. This was naked, the instinctual fear of prey toward a higher predator. Liu Zheng said while drawing his boning knife, attempting communication. I'm a delivery person from the bloody restaurant. If you want food, I can give it to you, give you more and better things. Hearing his words, the skinless monster showed no reaction, only following his movements with its eyes. I also have appetite stimulant here. With this, you can attract many big fish like megamouth whales. I can supply this long-term, much more cost-effective than eating me. Liu Zheng took out the bottle of appetite stimulant and shook it. Hearing this, the skinless monster's eyeballs rotated. It slowly lowered its body, seemingly preparing to descend to the ground. This might work. Liu Zheng felt secret delight. Even a tree could talk. No reason a skinless monster couldn't communicate. As long as communication was possible, there was a price. As long as there was a price, it could be bought. Just as he was considering what other offers he could make, the skinless monster descended. However, what descended wasn't its body, but its tongue. A faint red afterimage flashed through the air. Liu Zheng only had time to tilt his head slightly before the tongue pierced through him. Blood flowed down from the corner of his mouth. The thin tongue covered in barbs passed through his left cheek and emerged from his right cheek. Just a tiny bit more, and it would have pierced Liu Zheng's brain. You refuse a toast only to drink a forfeit. Is that it? Having narrowly escaped death's door, his irritable temper immediately flared up. With an angry roar, his boning knife traced a bright arc through the air as he slashed at the long tongue. The skinless monster's eyes showed mockery. Its tongue was harder than the teeth of those fish in the river. This broken knife couldn't even break its skin. Then its tongue was severed. A spray of black blood shot out, the severed tongue rebounding due to overly powerful muscles and smashing into the skinless monster's own face. The severed tongue remaining on Liu Zheng's face still wriggled desperately, as if alive. He coiled around the severed tongue and slowly pulled it out. Your ingredient grade is quite high. Liu Zheng's speech was somewhat slurred. His ability to sever the tongue with one slash was mainly due to the legendary vest's true damage, with partial credit to the boning knife's damage bonus. He wondered if White Feather Chicken would accept skinless monsters. This should count as a sewer specialty. Thinking this, his look toward the skinless monster contained not only fear, but also several degrees of fervor. A lion that had been bitten on the butt by hyenas, while still strong, was no longer invincible. Facing Liu Zheng's burning gaze, the skinless monster's eyeballs quivered slightly. It moved quickly and silently across the ceiling, circling around Liu Zheng like a giant spider. Clearly, it was looking for another opportunity to strike. Liu Zheng's response was simple. He placed the legendary delivery box on his head. As long as he protected his head, the skinless monster could attack anywhere else, preferably directly shooting his heart. There were plenty of bones there. If it got stuck, its tongue would become even shorter. Although this risked damaging the legendary delivery box, survival took priority in this critical moment. The skinless monster apparently understood Liu Zheng's plan, circling for a long time without attacking. Are you going to fight or not? I still need to hurry and make deliveries. Liu Zheng grew impatient. If you're not going to fight, come down and let's talk. My previous offer still stands. He said, if he could gain the assistance of a sewer native like the skinless monster, his exploration would definitely proceed much more smoothly. Official source is novel FireNet, and by gaining his help, the skinless monster could obtain resources not available in the sewer. This situation would be a triple win, with Liu Zheng winning twice. Unfortunately, the skinless monster wasn't as skilled at weighing pros and cons as he was. Or perhaps, it didn't possess true thinking ability. In the blink of Liu Zheng's eye, it suddenly pounced downward. Since its tongue wasn't effective, the skinless monster chose close-quarters combat. Like an eagle's talons, its sharp claws tore through the air, aiming for Liu Zheng's waist. Its already grotesquely strong muscles bulged again, making the skinless monster's arms thicker than its head. Damn, second stage gene lock is it? Even though the skinless monster wasn't targeting his head, Liu Zheng felt he still couldn't take this hit head-on, because he suspected this attack could cleanly slice him in half at the waist. Although flesh and blood could regenerate, facing a highly mobile predator like the skinless monster, losing mobility basically meant death. In that lightning-fast moment, Liu Zheng made a desperate decision. He leaped forward and jumped into the sewage river. Heart of the Ocean, enhanced, has taken effect. As the system prompt sounded, the sewage water submerged Liu Zheng's mouth and nose. Although the Heart of the Ocean's effect was active, he still felt suffocated. It was the stench that suffocated him. What he smelled from the bank was just the initial notes. Only when you stirred this stagnant water could you fully appreciate the true base aroma. He felt like everything from his forehead down needed amputation. Surprisingly, when Liu Zheng actually jumped into the water, that corrosive, alternating hot and cold sensation didn't reappear. Aside from being extremely smelly, it wasn't much different from ordinary sewage. It didn't even have that thick, greasy feeling. It was actually quite refreshing. This put Liu Zheng somewhat at ease. Although with the Heart of the Ocean's effect, he certainly wouldn't die. Losing too much flesh and blood would still affect his combat effectiveness. You come here. He hooked his finger at the skinless monster, his attitude extremely arrogant. The skinless monster stared coldly at him, licking its claws. The claws carried not only blood, but also large amounts of shredded flesh. Only then did Liu Zheng belatedly realize he was injured. He touched his waist. A fist-sized chunk had been torn from his right side. But it wasn't a big problem. With the 100% recovery speed bonus, the wound was healing at an astonishing rate. Liu Zheng waited a few seconds, and seeing the skinless monster showed no intention of coming over, he simply initiated the attack himself. The tentacle wrapped around the boning knife and swung it out like a rope dart. With his current strength, this move was equally impressive in its force. However, in the eyes of the skinless monster with its excellent dynamic vision, Liu Zheng's attack wasn't particularly fast. It even had time to consider whether to dodge or counterattack. Finally, it made its decision. The skinless monster swung its claws again, though this time the expansion was much smaller. But according to its calculations, this level of force was sufficient to tear apart the prey before it. It just didn't know that this world had things called items. The sharp claws accurately struck the middle section of Liu Zheng's tentacle, but only tore through half before being blocked by the bone inside. Heart of the Ocean Effect 2. Damage received in water reduced by 50%. Didn't expect that, did you? He grinned viciously and swung the tentacle again. The violent movement expanded the wound once more, sending large amounts of blood gushing out. But Liu Zheng didn't care at all. Opportunities were fleeting. Only by being fast and decisive could you seize them. The boning knife traced an irregular arc and plunged into the skinless monster's back. This monster's defense was far less formidable than its offensive power. Combined with the 2 damage bonuses stacking, the boning knife sank into the hilt. Ah! The skinless monster let out a hoarse scream. Liu Zheng's hair stood on end. It sounded exactly like a human male's voice. The skinless monster gave him a hateful look, then turned and ran. Damn it, my knife! Seeing this, Liu Zheng immediately gave chase. That knife was borrowed. If he lost it, White Feather Chicken would definitely skin him cleaner than the skinless monster. With the Heart of the Ocean's bonus, his speed in water wasn't much slower than on land. Meanwhile, the severely wounded, skinless monster moved increasingly slowly. As one gained and the other lost ground, Liu Zheng gradually caught up to it. Just as he prepared to attack, a rustling sound suddenly came from the opposite riverbank. The sound quickly approached, soon turning into a rolling, thunderous noise. Liu Zheng's heart tightened, and he immediately submerged his entire body in the water. In his blurred vision, palm-sized black mice emerged from the darkness one after another. They formed a circular formation, each biting the tail of the one in front, connected head to tail. Upon reaching the riverbank, the rat swarm immediately transformed, gathering toward the center to form a sphere. The rat ball rolled forward across the river surface toward the skinless monster. The skinless monster made threatening cries while desperately trying to escape. Unfortunately, its threats were ineffective, and its escape speed wasn't fast enough. The rat ball quickly caught up to the skinless monster. Many become one, one becomes many. The rat ball disintegrated into countless black mice, completely submerging the skinless monster. It hurts so much. Save me. Someone save me. The skinless monster emitted horrifying screams. Listening to the distorted sounds from underwater, Liu Zheng felt a chill run down his spine. Had the skinless monster once been human too? Or was this just a trap to lure humans? He wouldn't get the chance to find out, because the rat swarm soon left the skinless monster's body and reformed their circular formation. All that remained of the once muscular monster was a pile of bones picked completely clean. Squeak, squeak. One black mouse chirped several times in Liu Zheng's direction. The rat swarm soon reached the riverbank, their pairs of multicolored eyes fixed on Liu Zheng beneath the water. He remained completely calm. If the rat swarm could enter the water, they would have simply swum across earlier. Sure enough, after a stalemate lasting a while, an exceptionally large black mouse chirped several times. Under its command, the rat swarm balled up again and disappeared into the darkness on the opposite riverbank. Liu Zheng emerged and waited for a while. Seeing that the rats had indeed left, he finally went ashore. The snipe and clam fight, and the fisherman benefits. He walked to the bone pile and sighed. He took 2 heavy hits and soaked in that foul water for so long, yet gained nothing from it. At least the rat swarm didn't take the boning knife, otherwise it would have been a total loss. Actually, Liu Zheng had felt somewhat tempted earlier, wanting to drag a few black mice into the water to test them. But after some thought, he decided against it. If he made a deadly enemy and the rat swarm camped on the bank waiting for him, that would be troublesome too. He picked up the boning knife, then suddenly had an inspiration and chopped down at the bone pile on the ground. Bone fragments flew, leaving a shallow knife mark on the bone. Just as I thought. Liu Zheng nodded with satisfaction. The skinless monster had such explosive power. Its bones must be very hard too. Otherwise, it would fracture its own bones before even attacking prey. Liu Zheng picked up 4 bone clubs. Now, even if he returned the knife, he had backup weapons. Judging the distance, he was about 300 meters from the entrance. After some thought, he decided to try fishing here one more time. Liu Zheng jumped back into the sewage river and consumed the appetite stimulant. After waiting about 10 minutes, still no fish took the bait. If this were reality, he might still suspect it was just bad luck. But now he had the never return empty-handed buff active, plus the appetite stimulant effect bonus. If he still couldn't catch fish under these conditions, it could only mean this section of river truly had no fish. Or perhaps try the opposite bank. Liu Zheng raised his head and looked at the dark passage ahead. Get full chapters from novel_fire.net that should connect to other sewer spaces, and there should be other tributaries. After feeling tempted for a few seconds, he still gave up on the idea. What if the rat swarm was waiting for him there right now? He didn't want to be the turtle that actively crawls into the jar. Since he wasn't planning to explore new paths, Liu Zheng decided to go another 500 meters forward. If he went another 500 meters and still found no fish, then there truly were none. After all, he was almost out of French Plain Tree Street by now. He got up onto the bank and walked forward along the riverside. After walking about 200 meters, he made a new discovery. There were several black lumps on the ground. Liu Zheng crouched and poked at them a couple of times with the boning knife. After careful study, he determined these should be baked potato skins, and they'd been overbaked. Liu Zheng leaned in and sniffed, faintly detecting a pine resin aroma. He didn't think there would be pine trees in the sewer, which meant someone had brought these baked potatoes down from above. Who would bring baked potatoes to eat in the sewer, making it seem like some spring outing? Remembering what French Plain Tree had said earlier, Liu Zheng's expression shifted. Could it be that person? Delago had said that the fire mage would appear in various places throughout the city. Although the sewer was special, it should still be considered within the city's boundaries. And with the fire mage's abilities, coming to the sewer would be like taking a casual stroll for him. Liu Zheng had originally planned to use his sick leave time to search for clues about him on the streets. He never expected to encounter him in the narrow confines of the sewer now, not knowing whether this was fortune or misfortune. Though somewhat apprehensive, he decided to follow and investigate. Whether he died early or late, death was inevitable anyway. If he could contact the fire mage now, he could even save one sick leave note. Liu Zheng chased forward for a distance and made a new discovery. He picked up a wrapper from the ground that read 5 spiced chicken livers. There were 5 wrappers total, each about half the size of a palm. Given Liu Zheng's current appetite, eating 30 or 40 packs in one go wouldn't be a problem at all. First potatoes, now chicken livers. For some inexplicable reason, he felt like laughing. This fire mage, who even the Plain Tree deeply feared, actually had quite simple taste when it came to food. Someone like this probably wasn't too bad, right? Too bad he hadn't brought any food when he went out, and he could only replicate meals after completing deliveries. But as long as he could successfully communicate, he could always deliver food later. Anyway, the restaurant lacked many things, but it never lacked food and drink. Liu Zheng threw away the wrappers and prepared to continue forward. Suddenly, he saw the wrappers move. Several wrappers spun around, dancing in the air like industrial butterflies. The wind's picking up. Feeling the cool breeze on the back of his head, Liu Zheng realized. But why would wind start blowing in the sewer? He turned around and immediately showed an expression of shock, because he saw dozens of skinless monsters charging toward him at full speed. I'm dead. I'm dead. Liu Zheng instantly broke out in a cold sweat, then without hesitation jumped into the sewage river. However, he immediately felt that extreme cold and heat. Within just a few seconds, his chitinous shell was completely corroded away. The recovery speed boosted by the heart of the ocean couldn't keep up with the rate of erosion from the sewage. At this rate, Liu Zheng would completely dissolve in the sewage river in less than a minute. What's going on? He was both shocked and furious. Just moments ago, getting in the river had been like soaking in a bathhouse. Why did it now feel like soaking in a sulfuric acid pool? The reason remained unknown, but Liu Zheng knew the sewage river was no longer safe. Gritting his teeth, he climbed back onto the bank. Facing the approaching horde of skinless monsters, Liu Zheng tightened his grip on the boning knife and bone club. He wasn't completely powerless to fight. As long as the Plain Tree's arm could create an opportunity for him, he could fight for survival amid certain death. One particularly emaciated, skinless monster moved much faster than its kind. It was the first to reach Liu Zheng, then swung its sharp claws. Direct close-quarters attack. He was somewhat surprised. But that was fine. The skinless monster's tongues were more threatening than their claw attacks. One tentacle holding the bone club blocked this claw strike. This skinless monster was considerably weaker than the one he encountered before, and with its muscles not bulging, Liu Zheng blocked it steadily. Just as he prepared to counterattack, he saw the skinless monster continue running forward without hesitation. Liu Zheng was completely baffled. Follow current novels on novelfire.net. Just as he stood there puzzled, the other skinless monsters reached him. Liu Zheng faced them as if confronting a great enemy, ready to use the plane tree's arm. However, those skinless monsters completely ignored him, flashing past him like the wind. Hey, that's kind of hurtful to my self-esteem. Liu Zheng felt somewhat displeased, but at the same time, he grew vigilant. What were these skinless monsters doing? Or rather, under what circumstances would a group of predators abandon prey that was right before them? Soon, Liu Zheng had his answer. That would be when another group of even stronger predators arrived. These skinless monsters were fleeing. Now, the wind grew stronger. He could even see waves beginning to form on the sewage river. Though he didn't know what was happening, alarm bells were ringing loudly in Liu Zheng's mind. Then, the plane tree's arm suddenly moved on its own. They broke free from Liu Zheng's tentacles and burrowed into the ground. Countless roots immediately broke through the earth, forming an impenetrable cage that trapped Liu Zheng inside. The next second, he heard the sound of waves crashing against rocks. The sound was so violent that he felt his internal organs being shaken out of place. The tree cage shook wildly, and Liu Zheng even heard sounds like metal snapping. Squeak, squeak! A small but highly penetrating cry came through. It was the cry of the black mouse swarm. It seemed they were also caught in this unknown disaster. Squeak, squeak! Liu Zheng tried hard to ignore other sounds, focusing only on the cries of the black mouse swarm. If this had happened before, hearing this sound would have made him run as far away as possible. But now, in a situation where he couldn't see anything, the mice's cries actually gave him some sense of security. But this false security didn't last long. The sound of the mouse swarm gradually weakened. It even became disorganized, no longer unified and coordinated. Squeak! After one final high-pitched screech, the mouse swarm fell completely silent. An entire colony had perished. From their previous behavior, these black mice should have possessed considerable intelligence and decent combat capabilities. But faced with the sewer's disaster, they could only be slaughtered helplessly. Though the skinless monsters ran fast, their fate probably wouldn't be much better either. The tree cage's vibrations grew increasingly stronger, even causing resonance in Liu Zheng's body. Internal bleeding was secondary. The real problem was that his brain was starting to vibrate too. In this shaking that felt like his brains were being blended, Liu Zheng's consciousness gradually blurred. He seemed to separate from his body, passing through the tree cage, through the sewer, flying toward infinitely distant places. His never-before-met great-grandmother was waiting for him there, holding a fishing rod in her hand. "Come quickly, dear grandson. Your great-grandma has prepared the fishing spot for you," she said kindly. "Coming, coming." Liu Zheng replied happily and was about to run forward. Damn it, just got the fire going and now this wind doesn't let a man eat in peace. A rough voice interrupted their family reunion bliss. Liu Zheng turned back in astonishment, but saw only brown tree roots before his eyes. What is this thing? So sticky and gross. How utterly filthy, the voice said with disgust. His volume wasn't particularly loud, but it completely overpowered the wind and waves, and even reduced the tree cage's vibrations considerably. There's also a pile of dead mice here. Looks like the wind killed them. Some might ask, can you eat those mice? Brothers, although we're homeless, we don't just eat anything. Eating this stuff, to put it nicely, wouldn't you drop dead on the spot? The voice grew closer, and Liu Zheng even felt like the person had arrived right in front of him. What's this ball here? Made of wood too. This is proper good wood, brothers. This looks like it'll burn well. Just this one piece of wood could burn for 2 hours. What I burned earlier was pine wood. Pine doesn't burn as long, nowhere near this. But pine has fragrance. Some people like using pine for roasting meat. Tap tap. Liu Zheng heard the person apparently knocking on the tree cage with something. Really good wood. But brothers, we can't take it. This clearly has an owner. Even us homeless folks need to have standards. Let's go, brothers. Let's broadcast from somewhere else. This place stinks too much. Can't stand it. The person outside said, "Are you the fire mage?" Hearing this, Liu Zheng quickly shouted with all his might, "This water is disgusting, brothers. Let me stop it for a moment." There was no response, the person speaking to themselves. Then, Liu Zheng heard a tremendous explosion. Boom! After a deafening roar like an 800mm cannon misfiring, everything returned to silence. He no longer heard the wind, nor the sound of water. Brothers, that last move was pretty good, right? If you think so, give it a like. Don't bother with donations, though. Everyone should keep their money for food and drinks. The person's voice gradually faded into the distance until it became inaudible. Several minutes later, the tree cage automatically dissolved and retracted underground. But the plane tree's arm did not emerge again. Of course, Liu Zheng's attention wasn't focused on that. When he clearly saw the scene before him, he couldn't help but let out the loudest shout of his life. Holy shit! The entire visible area of the sewer had become pitted and scarred, while the sewage river was almost completely drained dry. Corpses of various kinds were scattered everywhere, on the ceiling, the ground, the walls. There were skinless monsters, rat swarms, enormous insects, and strange creatures that resembled both crabs and spiders, with 2 giant pincers and 3 compound eyes. But most of all, there were fish. With just one glance, Liu Zheng counted no fewer than several dozen. Containing his wild excitement, he carefully scanned the area with his eyes. After a moment, he reluctantly withdrew his gaze with disappointment. None of these fish were the megamouth whale. However, Liu Zheng's mood quickly improved again. Quantity could make up for quality. This many fish should at least equal half a megamouth whale, right? Besides, there might even be fish among them of higher level than the megamouth whale. Just as he was troubled, strange sounds suddenly came from above. But immediately, his tense muscles relaxed again. It was just the plane tree's roots breaking through the ceiling as they descended. The roots hung before Liu Zheng, then grew a mouth. Stupid human, still waiting around to die? The plane tree delivered its elegant pronouncement. What's wrong? He frowned. The sewer is about to go berserk. If you don't leave now, you'll end up as shit. The plane tree stated. Why is it going berserk? Why? If someone stuffed a firecracker up your ass after you farted, wouldn't you go berserk? The plane tree sneered. Although its analogy was rather unconventional, Liu Zheng truly understood. Clearly, the fire mage's final move before leaving had ruptured the sewer's hemorrhoids. Before the plane tree could finish, the ceiling suddenly closed, brutally severing the roots. The severed roots fell at Liu Zheng's feet like dead worms. You can't leave now, a voice said eerily. Liu Zheng cautiously looked toward the direction of the voice. A shadow floated out from the wall. It had no facial features, and its form was extremely indistinct. One could only vaguely make out that it wore a peaked cap and an overcoat. All upward passages have been sealed. You can only stay here now. Russ said, "Why are you specifically telling me this?" Liu Zheng asked, "Only when people truly understand their situation can they make the right choices." Rust slowly approached. Though it could float, it moved with an extremely heavy presence, as if carrying countless mountains on its being. What choices? Instead of retreating, he actively moved forward to meet it. Russ stopped a few steps away from him, then spoke. Liu Zheng frowned. He smelled the strong scent of rust and gunpowder. "Can you help me?" he asked. "Correct." Russ nodded. "What I need to give in return?" Understanding that one must give before receiving is an excellent quality. Rust's tone seemed somewhat appreciative. This has always been the truth of the world. Empowered electricity. Rust explained. "I don't mind pedal power generation, but isn't the efficiency a bit low? I still need to deliver food later." "Wait, did you just say human-powered electricity?" Liu Zheng suddenly realized the problem. "Of course. How much electricity can pedaling generate?" Rust nodded. "All right then, how much do you need?" he asked helplessly. "Not necessarily fixed. It depends on your condition. Come with me. The sewer needs to detoxify." Russ pointed at the ceiling. Liu Zheng looked up and saw white tumor-like growths rapidly proliferating. In the blink of an eye, they grew to the size of fists, densely covering the entire ceiling. Then, all the white tumors opened their eyes, turning their gaze toward Liu Zheng. "Close your eyes," Russ said. He complied and closed his eyes. The moment he shut his eyes, Liu Zheng saw Rust lunging toward him. "Walk forward. Stop when I tell you to stop. Then open your eyes." Rust's voice sounded above his head. Faced with this situation, Liu Zheng could only follow its guidance. As he walked, he counted in his mind. When he reached 653, Rust finally spoke. "Stop." Liu Zheng stopped walking, then opened his eyes. Before him stood a security door resembling a bank vault. "Turn the valve and enter," Rust instructed. Liu Zheng turned the valve as instructed, pushed hard, and entered through the door. Click! With the sound of mechanisms engaging, the security door automatically closed. The source of this content is novelire.net. The interior was instantly plunged into complete darkness. "Paul, turn on the emergency lights," Russ called out. "Yes, teacher," a young boy's voice responded. As soon as the words were spoken, several greenish lights flickered on. Though not very bright, relying on his powerful physique, Liu Zheng could barely make out the situation here. In the middle of the classroom stood more than 10 desks and chairs, each seat occupied by a child wearing a school uniform. The boys wore gray suits and trousers, military caps on their heads, and leather shoes on their feet. The girls wore white lace dresses with colored gauze hair bows in their hair. From their appearance, these children seemed to be human. But Liu Zheng felt something was off. When he moved closer, he finally understood why. These children were all shattered. The exposed parts of their bodies were all stitched together from numerous fragments. Not only were their skin tones different, but even their ages varied. Some had infant skin, while others already appeared adult. But what they shared in common was a deathly pale undertone to their complexion. The children examined Liu Zheng curiously, their eyes holding a clarity and innocence completely at odds with their terrifying appearances. "Teacher, is this our new classmate?" a girl asked innocently. Her hair accessory was larger than the others, golden brown in color, resembling an Alexandra birdwing butterfly. "No, Tanya. This is the electrician I invited," Russ said gently, more like power generation worker. Liu Zheng rolled his eyes, but said nothing. "Great. Then the classroom can have lights again. We can read books again. Mr. Electrician, can you fix my music box? It won't sing anymore." The children chattered like little sparrows. "Even if I were really an electrician, I wouldn't fix music boxes," he wanted to say. But looking at the little girl's expectant face, he couldn't bring himself to say it. "I'll try, but I can't guarantee I'll fix it," Liu Zheng said. Thank you, Mr. Electrician," the little girl said very politely, then excitedly jumped off her chair and hopped deeper into the room. He only then noticed she had just one foot. "I searched for a long time, but couldn't find another foot, so they have to take turns using it. Today it's Galia's turn." Russ said, "Are their feet regular feet, or are they flesh?" Liu Zheng asked. "They're flesh," Russ replied. "Then there's nothing to be done." He shook his head. "If they were regular feet, he wouldn't mind giving them one." "Don't worry, I won't make additional demands." Russ seemed to smile. "You're the boss," Liu Zheng shrugged. Soon, Galia with only one leg returned. "Here you go, Mr. Electrician." She carefully carried a music box and handed it to Liu Zheng. "Please fix it. This was my 3 good student reward from teacher." Galia said. "If it can't be fixed, will Galia cry?" Looking at her serious expression, Liu Zheng couldn't resist teasing her. "Teacher says poor children must be strong and can't cry easily," Galia said, pursing her lips. She glanced at Rust, then signaled for Liu Zheng to bend down. He bent over, and Galia brought her mouth to his ear. "After they're all asleep, I'll cry secretly." After saying this, she smiled slyly. "Huh?" Liu Zheng patted her head, causing a patch of hair and scalp to fall off. Without covering, the already dried brain tissue was exposed before his eyes. Liu Zheng was stunned for a moment, then silently pressed the scalp back into place. He wound the music box's spring, but as expected, no sound came out. So he took the entire music box apart. After examining it, Liu Zheng found the problem. The gears are too rusted, completely jammed, he said. Can be fixed then? Galia asked expectantly. Fixing it is easy enough. Just use rust remover or acidic cleaner to wash it off. Or sandpaper and steel wool would work too. Liu Zheng said. As an orphan, he had mastered various life skills from childhood. We don't have any of those, Rust said regretfully. What about vinegar? Don't have that either. Rust shook his head. All right then, I'll just have to make a sacrifice. Liu Zheng sighed, drawing his boning knife to make a small cut on his tentacle. Blood slowly seeped out, dripping onto the music box until it gradually submerged the components. After a few minutes, he waved over the little boy called Paul. You there? Come here for a second. What is it, Mr. Electrician? Paul asked as he ran over. His voice and gaze were quite steady, like a little adult. Nothing, just borrowing your clothes for a moment. Liu Zheng grabbed the hem of his shirt and began wiping the components. Paul had a visible question mark over his head and instinctively tried to grab his clothes back. Don't move. If you break the music box, you'll be the one comforting Galia when she cries. Liu Zheng said. Paul froze. He wasn't good at comforting girls, especially since Galia cried more easily than others. After some wiping, much of the rust on the components had been removed. Liu Zheng nodded with satisfaction. He had discovered earlier that his blood had some acidity to it. It was useless for combat, but worked quite well as a household tool. Like right now. Here, try it. Liu Zheng handed the music box to Galia, ignoring Paul's resentful look nearby. The source of this content is novelfire.net. Galia happily took the music box and wound the spring. When she let go, a melodious tune floated out. Compared to normal circumstances, the music box's performance was still somewhat uneven, and the tones were a bit hoarse. But at least it was working. Arise, ye starvelings. Some child started singing, and the other children joined in. Soon it became a chorus. The music box only played one segment, but they didn't mind, continuing to sing on their own. Liu Zheng knew the song, but he didn't join in, just watched. He had no faith, no ideals, only some simple values. And even these values were fragile, easily broken by money and power. Thank you. The children haven't been this happy in a long time. Russ said suddenly. Does that mean I don't have to generate electricity? Liu Zheng seized the opportunity. That's impossible. TCH figured, but I can give you additional compensation. Rust waved his hand, and a large net bag flew before Liu Zheng, containing about 20-some fish. I noticed you were quite interested in them, Rust said. Indeed? Then we're even, he said shamelessly. At that moment, the children's chorus reached its conclusion. Thank you, Mr. Electrician. Galia stood on tiptoe and kissed Liu Zheng. A faint trace of corpse odor drifted into his nostrils. Liu Zheng remained expressionless. When it came to bad breath, Liu Zheng had never been inferior to anyone in his life. Mr. Electrician, can you fix my doll? Her head fell off. Mr. Electrician, can you fix my Rubik's Cube? The children crowded around, making various requests. Liu Zheng checked his phone. Still 2 hours left, fairly ample time. He spent the next half hour sewing the doll, fixing the Rubik's Cube, and repairing other small toys. As for the more difficult ones, or those missing parts that couldn't be fixed, there was nothing to be done. The children were sensible enough not to pester him, just unhappily returning to their seats. Time to generate electricity, Rust reminded. Where's the generator? Follow me. Following Rust, Liu Zheng arrived at the storage room in the southeast corner. The storage room also had those emergency lights, but with much higher wattage, basically illuminating the entire room. This is what you call a generator. His eye twitched. Correct. This is clearly an electric chair. Damn it. The storage room's center held a deep brown high-back chair. Various pipes connected to it, with restraint devices made of cowhide above and below. The most conspicuous was the iron headpiece at the top, identical to what Liu Zheng had seen in movies. He looked at the chair, then at Rust. No matter how you spun it today, this was an electric chair. It is indeed an electric chair, Rust admitted. Huh. Liu Zheng wore an expression that clearly said, I knew there were traitors trying to harm me, but it's also a generator at the same time. Rust added, how does it generate? See those buttons? Rust pointed to the table in front of the chair, which had 3 buttons. Liu Zheng recognized this setup. Typically, electrocutions were performed by 3 or more people. Each would control one button, pressing them simultaneously after the countdown, with only one actually connected to the electrodes. This was supposedly to relieve the executioner's psychological burden, since they wouldn't know if they actually killed anyone. When Liu Zheng first heard about this, he thought it was utterly pointless. But after working longer and learning more historical knowledge, he began to see some logic in it. After all, during the era when electrocution was invented, criminal laws worldwide were quite savage or non-existent. Those carrying out executions weren't necessarily cold-blooded butchers. They might just be unwilling workers forced into it. The left one is pain, the middle is joy, the right is fear. When I press a button, you'll relive memories corresponding to that emotion in your mind. The more intense the emotion, the more electricity it generates. Rust explained, what does that have to do with human flesh? The more electricity generated, the more flesh is consumed. Rust said, so we're following the law of conservation of energy here. Huh? Follow current novels on novelfire.net. How do I know I won't become an empty shell? Liu Zheng questioned. The generator's conversion rate is very high. Normal people couldn't possibly consume that much flesh. I don't trust you, he stated bluntly. In this bizarre world, he didn't believe in truly good people. No matter how friendly Rust acted, Liu Zheng wouldn't entrust his life to it. Will these be enough then? Rust waved its hand, and several cans flew out from the storage room corner, hovering before Liu Zheng. Name: expired individual emergency ration. Type: item. Quality: inferior. Effect 1. Automatically activates after becoming an empty shell, restoring moderate deficiencies. Effect 2. Guaranteed to gain poison status. Effect stackable. Note: when a soldier learned the punishment for retreat was eating individual rations for a month, he launched a heroic assault against the opposing armored division. Can be taken out of dungeon. No. Liu Zheng hesitated when he saw Effect 2. Guaranteed poison status and stackable too. If it were neurotoxin, he might not withstand it. If you're unwilling to help, I won't force you. But you won't be able to leave the sewer either. Rust stated, the sewer can't stay enraged forever. But you don't have time to wait for its anger to subside. Right, bloody restaurant delivery guy? Rust said calmly, you're right. Liu Zheng shrugged and walked to the electric chair, sitting down. The iron headpiece automatically descended, clamping onto his bald head. Aren't you going to restrain me? He proactively asked. No need. I said I wouldn't force you. Rust replied. Well, aren't you just wonderfully kind? Liu Zheng said sarcastically. I think so too. Which one? Rust asked. Whatever. He didn't know which type of memory he had more of. Let's try joy first then. Rust pressed the middle button. Liu Zheng's eyes instantly widened. Past memories flooded before his eyes, even memories from age 2 or 3 resurfacing. So I've been this bad since childhood. Liu Zheng felt somewhat proud. In the memory, he spread his legs and urinated on the face of the person holding him. Liu Zheng didn't know who that person was, but he knew he felt extremely happy. The memories quickly jumped to recent times, when he wrote his wish on the betting contract. Enough. Rust's voice sounded, waking Liu Zheng from the hallucination. Your joy is too scarce. Not even an hour's worth of electricity. Rust shook its head. My apologies then. He said indifferently. Expecting much joy from a terminally ill beast of burden like him was rather pointless. Let's try pain then. Rust moved to press the left button. I think you should try fear instead, Liu Zheng suggested. While his life lacked much joy, it wasn't particularly painful either. After all, he had food, drink, work, and plenty of ways to numb himself. Most times, he just felt numb. But fear, he'd experienced plenty since entering this world. He just forcibly suppressed it with his survival instinct. Fine. Rust acquiesced. The fear button was slowly pressed. Instantly, All of Liu Zheng's thoughts were wiped clean. Nothingness filled his vision. Emptiness filled his heart. Only in his ears echoed the eternal, unchanging gospel. Yea, Shub-Niggurath, the black goat of the woods with 1,000 young. This time, Liu Zheng finally understood the meaning of those voices. His inhuman part experienced ultimate ecstasy, while his human part felt fear that transcended fear itself. Violent electrical flashes instantly illuminated the storage room, powerful currents turning the iron headpiece red-hot. All the individual emergency rations automatically opened, semi-rotten meat chunks scrambling into Liu Zheng's mouth. Expired individual emergency ration used. Gained poison status. System notifications continuously sounded, piercing through the gospel into his mind. But Liu Zheng couldn't respond. His body was rapidly changing, every human-like aspect being remade. So you've heard the gospel before. The situation had developed beyond Rust's expectations. Its circumstances were special, and its perspective differed from other residents of this world. But consequently, it had unique solutions for such situations. Rust raised both hands, and an equally red rifle appeared in its grasp. "Yura!" Rust shouted the charge cry and pulled the trigger toward Liu Zheng. Countless bullets instantly poured out, riddling him like a sieve. Wounds quickly repaired, but the body remodeling process slowed accordingly. Yet slowing wasn't stopping. Liu Zheng steadily continued transforming into the form it preferred. "God is dead, and you should die too." Seeing this, Russ said coldly. The next second, a tank materialized in the storage room. The rounded turret, sloped armor, and those iconic 5 pairs of road wheels. This was clearly an outstanding specimen among tanks. For the great Minter, Russ let out an ear-shattering roar and fired the cannon toward Liu Zheng. The 85mm tank cannon roared violently as a red high-explosive shell screamed toward its target. The explosion sounded almost simultaneously, and in just an instant, Liu Zheng was blown to pieces. But it wasn't over yet. The tank's externally mounted flamethrower spewed scorching flames, burning even the debris into nothingness. "Don't burn it all," a weak voice spoke up. "What?" Rust asked in confusion. "Being human just doesn't work out." "As you wish." Rust fell silent for a moment before responding. After burning about 2/3 of the debris, the flamethrower ceased operation. As the flames dissipated, Liu Zheng sat completely unharmed on the electric chair, as if everything that just happened was merely an illusion. Only the newly grown dark, rotting seaweed on his head proved the descent of the gospel. Not bad at all. Would be even better with a different hairstyle. Liu Zheng touched his head and remarked, "Permed hair isn't in fashion these days, and given his facial structure, a side-parted hairstyle would better accentuate his temperament. You seem quite optimistic." Rust retracted the tank and examined him with interest. "Surviving all this, why wouldn't I be optimistic?" Liu Zheng countered. This dungeon's difficulty was already absurdly high to begin with, and with a series of reckless maneuvers, he'd made the situation even more complicated. But precisely because of this, he became even more determined to survive. Fighting against heaven brings endless joy. Fighting against people brings endless joy. Fighting against these non-human entities? That's like Lay's potato chips releasing a Sichuan peppercorn flavor. Absolutely delightful. Moreover, Liu Zheng wasn't just finding joy in hardship. As they say, high risk brings high rewards. Since the dungeon difficulty was so extreme, the gains naturally wouldn't be small. Now, he already possessed 2 perfect grade items. Though neither could be taken out of the dungeon, they could still be traded. Even if Bull Horse didn't want them, the Plane Tree would definitely take them. Even if he couldn't trade for perfect grade items, he could still get some powerful fine grade items. If he ended up with god-tier equipment after just clearing his first dungeon, wouldn't that be an instant takeoff? Intuition told Liu Zheng that other players' beginner dungeons absolutely wouldn't be this difficult, and the rewards definitely wouldn't be this high. Of course, he wasn't considering that subsequent dungeon difficulties would also increase progressively. Life was already fucking hard enough. Why make things more troublesome for himself? right? Aren't you the same? Liu Zheng said to Rust. Those children could no longer be considered truly alive, yet it still taught them classes, trying to let them live relatively normal lives. The traces of divine descent, I've basically eliminated them all. As long as no accidents occur, you won't hear the gospel again. But the parts you asked to preserve will still gradually transform your essence. When you completely become non-human, I'll have no choice but to eliminate you along with them. Rust changed the subject. No problem. I'll just hide far away by then. Liu Zheng said indifferently. Anyway, by that time he'd probably have returned to reality. Let's see if Rust could chase him outside the dungeon. But the benefit is that you generated an enormous amount of electricity this time, enough to power the shelter for over a decade. A hint of amusement colored Rust's tone. Shouldn't that warrant some extra rewards then? Liu Zheng seized the opportunity to push his luck. Even streetlights know to give workers year-end bonuses. No, Rust said bluntly. TCH. He pursed his lips. The source of this content is novelfire.net. But if you encounter trouble, you can come to the shelter to hide. Rust offered. Thanks awfully. Liu Zheng said insincerely. Compared to Rust, he still trusted the plane tree more. And he probably wouldn't be coming back to this section of sewer anyway. Any safety door in the sewer can lead to the shelter. Rust added. Then I'm truly grateful. This time Liu Zheng's thanks carried much more sincerity. As long as he didn't catch the megamouth whale, he'd have to keep coming back to the sewer. Having the shelter available meant gaining an additional safe house. Even if the entrance to this safe house was somewhat difficult to find, it was still quite good. All right, you should go now, Rust said. Indeed. Liu Zheng glanced at the time. Only 1 hour remained. The two returned to the classroom, where all the lights were now on. The classroom was brightly lit, but aside from the children's clothes and hair accessories, everything appeared gray and muted. Goodbye, Mr. Electrician. Galia bid farewell enthusiastically. The other children waved along with her. Liu Zheng smiled and made a motion to ruffle her hair. If possible, please bring some cake and juice. Their birthday is in a few days, Rust said quietly. Their birthday? Correct. Also their death anniversary, Rust stated. You can even blast back divine descent. Why don't you go up and get them yourself? Slow death in a dream versus instant death upon waking. Which would you choose? Rust countered. Probably slow death, I guess. Liu Zheng thought for a moment before answering. Living one more day is one more day. What if a miracle happens while dragging things out? Just like if he had committed suicide immediately after learning about his terminal illness, he would have missed this opportunity of being selected by the Hell Game. That's what they chose too. So me not going up is better for everyone. Rust said calmly. The banners of the old era have fallen, while the ships of the new era have yet to arrive. Until they make new choices, I'll remain here, waiting to either completely decay or be reborn anew. As it spoke, an intense odor of decay emanated from its entire being. Liu Zheng only needed one whiff to feel as if he had already stepped into his twilight years. ALS didn't matter anymore. He probably wouldn't live long enough for symptoms to appear anyway. Delivery time limits didn't matter. He could make it even walking slowly. The legendary Deliverman's hat didn't matter. Even if the legendary Deliverman was dead, collecting the full set wouldn't make him stronger. He even began to think that staying in the shelter wouldn't be so bad. No work, no life or death struggles, no exhausting efforts to trade with others. Just staying here for 10 or 20 days, then completing the dungeon. Thinking about it, it's kind of, never mind, not really that exciting anyway. So be it. Any way of living is still living. If I can't live, then I'll die. Just like that. As Liu Zheng's consciousness gradually slowed, the purple-black shell covering his body began to take on a grayish-white hue. Wake up, soldier. With a sharp command, something ice-cold pressed against Liu Zheng's forehead. He jolted awake abruptly and found himself facing a rocket launcher. Is this how you people wake others up here? Liu Zheng broke out in a cold sweat and couldn't help but complain. Rust shook its head, then pulled out a rocket launcher 2/3 smaller. So I always use the mini version. Ha ha, so humorous. Liu Zheng said with a completely straight face. I think so too. Russ seemed somewhat proud. Let's hurry up and go, otherwise I'll freeze to death. He shivered and said, Then let's go. Russ led him back to the safety door. Just open the door and go out. It said, Aren't you going to see me off? What if the sewer was still throwing a tantrum? From here you can go directly to the surface. Rust explained, sensing no reason for it to deceive him. Liu Zheng chose to believe. He opened the safety door and stepped through. The next second, Liu Zheng found himself on the street. In the distance, the plane tree stared at him, dumbfounded. Human, how did you get out? Bet you didn't expect this. I can actually teleport. Liu Zheng thought for a moment before speaking. Is that so? The tree root crossed dozens of meters to reach before him, swaying slightly. If I give you a big slap right now, and you can dodge it, then I'll believe you. The plane tree said with a cold laugh. All right then, actually someone transported me out. He promptly admitted defeat. Boo! The plane tree was shocked. Someone it couldn't fish out had actually been rescued by another being. This street couldn't tolerate such an overwhelmingly powerful existence. I don't know their true identity, but their appearance was that of a red ghost. Liu Zheng replied. After all, Russ never said he couldn't tell others. Never heard of it. Follow current novels on novifire.net. The plane tree thought for a moment before speaking. If you haven't heard of it, then forget it. By the way, I think I encountered the fire mage down there too. He changed the subject. Mon Dieu! The plane tree was so frightened its bark stood on end. Where is he? Where is he? It screamed shrilly. He left. After he cleaved through the sewer's floodwaters and hurricane, he just departed. Oh, that's good then. The plane tree patted its own trunk. I thought my tree life had reached its end. It let out a long sigh of relief. Don't worry. I think he looked quite well fed. Probably doesn't need to chop you up for firewood to cook a meal. Liu Zheng comforted. Gloating idiot human. The plane tree glared at him. So that's who caused such a huge commotion. If it's the fire mage, then that explains everything. Too bad you locked me in that tree cage. I didn't get to see the grand spectacle, nor could I strike up a conversation with him. Liu Zheng said regretfully, If I hadn't locked you up, you'd have become sewer waste by now. You should learn gratitude, idiot human. Fine. Thank you for your assistance, noble Lord Delago. To show sincerity, he even used his tentacle to touch his left chest while giving a slight bow. At least you know your place. The plane tree withdrew its roots. If this human dared to spout nonsense again, it wouldn't mind letting him experience a roller coaster ride without the roller coaster. By the way, I caught many fish from the sewer. Do you want any? Liu Zheng asked. Any of that megamouth whale? None of that, just these. He displayed the net bag filled with fish. Don't want them. I've long grown tired of eating these. The plane tree expressed no interest. As the street bully of this block, was there anything it couldn't eat? Things flying in the sky, things dug from the ground, or things swimming in the sewers. What it mainly lacked was drinks. After all, sewer wastewater nourished people well. As everyone knew, nutritious beverages often didn't taste good. All right then, can you watch these for me? I'll pick them up on my return trip. Liu Zheng said. Dragging the net bag while delivering takeout would be too cumbersome. What if it triggered the angler-specific get lost after catching a big fish mechanism? Moreover, if he got into fights along the way and damaged the fish, that wouldn't be good either. Even without having sold fish before, he knew that premium and substandard products were completely different price categories. Why should I? I won't watch them. The plane tree flatly refused. One bottle of beverage. Just that. The plane tree cast a contemptuous look. I'll watch them for at most 1 hour. After that, I'll feed them to the birds. Deal. 1 hour round trip was completely sufficient. Liu Zheng thought for a moment, then selected a relatively good-looking fish from the net bag to take with him. Leaving, he bid farewell and headed toward Green Osmanthus Garden, Crazy City. He had already delivered to this residential community 3 times, so he knew the route like the back of his hand. Never mind not needing to check a map. With Liu Zheng's current memory, he could reach it blindfolded. Soon, he arrived at the community entrance. Familiar face, familiar white hair. The prematurely white-haired security guard spotted Liu Zheng from afar and immediately threw away his cigarette before hiding inside the security booth. Lucky you hid quickly. He gave a cold smile. He still hadn't settled the score from last time's waist-cutting incident. If he got the chance, he would definitely test his blades on this guy to see how high his ingredient grade was. Passing by the security booth, the prematurely white-haired guard made a throat-slitting gesture toward Liu Zheng. Liu Zheng responded with two thick blobs of phlegm. One spat on the security booth's door, the other at the entrance. "You grandson, your grandpa Liu Zheng is waiting for you," he said viciously. The prematurely white-haired guard paused momentarily, sensing that this time Liu Zheng didn't seem to be bluffing. But he didn't appear to have grown stronger either. Could he have some hidden hole cards? The guard watched Liu Zheng's retreating figure with suspicion and uncertainty until he disappeared deep into the community. "Open up, food delivery." Liu Zheng knocked on the security door. Coming. Hurried footsteps sounded from inside the door. It seemed like every time he came to deliver food, the novelist was always in such a rush. Was this woman engaged in some unspeakable activities? Like eating people or something? All right, he forgot. In this world, eating people seemed to comply with Zhou rituals. Never mind then. "Thank you for your hard work, senior." The moment the door opened, the novelist gave a deep bow. Today she wasn't wearing a towel, but rather home clothes. But somehow, some people always seem to experience more gravitational pull than others. This isn't what I ordered." The novelist noticed the fish in Liu Zheng's hand and said curiously, "This is something I caught along the way. It looked quite presentable, so I brought it for you." He said, how could I possibly accept this?" The novelist blushed. "Don't misunderstand. I just think we might become long-term trading partners, so I want to maintain our relationship." Liu Zheng emphasized. Don't worry, senior. I have no interest in you beyond the physical." The novelist said, "So you really do want to eat me and inherit my talents? Is that it?" He rolled his eyes internally. After giving both the fish and the takeout to the novelist, Liu Zheng prepared to leave. "Wait a moment, senior. Could I trouble you to help me with one more thing?" The novelist called out to stop him. "What is it?" He turned around. "Could you help me take the trash down?" The novelist said apologetically. All right then," Liu Zheng said somewhat reluctantly. Actually, he had a slight cleanliness obsession, particularly disgusted by household garbage, snot, saliva, and similar things. At restaurants and in sewers it was unavoidable, but this counted as extra work. However, since the novelist had helped him several times already, he couldn't bring himself to refuse. Come to think of it, when Liu Zheng was extremely busy writing manuscripts in the real world, he'd also asked delivery personnel to help throw out trash. 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river. How times change. Long live the senior. The novelist cheered happily, then skipped and bounced back to her room. Liu Zheng smiled slightly, setting aside how this woman always coveted his body and talents. Just considering her appearance and mannerisms, she was quite adorable. But soon, Liu Zheng's smile froze. Because the trash the novelist dragged out was a pile of dismembered body parts. From head to toe, every section was precisely divided according to anatomical standards. And judging by the mirror-smooth cut surfaces, the novelist had likely done this manually with her own hands. "The person who usually helps me with trash can't make it anymore, so I had to trouble you, senior," the novelist said with lowered head, her tone gentle. Like a blood lotus flower, shy and delicate against the fishy wind. "This can't be." Liu Zheng had a bad feeling about this. This is the person who helped me take out the trash." He forced a dry laugh. Sometimes he really hated how accurate his guesses always were. "Senior, be careful when carrying it later. Don't dirty the ground," the novelist reminded. "What happens if it gets dirty? Will it turn into another bag of trash?" Liu Zheng asked. "Maybe." Because there's also a chance it might get directly eaten." She sounded proud of her precise wording. "Nice. I'm out." Liu Zheng carried the trash bag against his chest as he walked outside to prevent anything from leaking out. The bearded man looked up at him with indifferent eyes. "Stop staring. Close your eyes and rest for a while. Look at you, your eyes are all bloodshot from staying up." Liu Zheng sighed and closed the man's eyes for him. Two streams of blood flowed from the man's eyes, running along other parts toward the bottom of the bag. Liu Zheng quickly lifted the bag to check the bottom. Good, no leaks. He flipped the head over and entered the elevator. After exiting the building, Liu Zheng searched for a long time but couldn't find a trash can, so he had to head toward the community entrance. Arriving at the community gate, this time the security guard directly blocked the entrance. Liu Zheng mentally sneered, preparing to pull out his item, but then he saw the security guard retreat back into the guard booth, as if he'd seen a ghost. "You're getting more cowardly by the day," he said contemptuously. "I think you're the one who doesn't know what's good for you, daring to take out that trash." Liu Zheng mentally sneered, preparing to pull out his prop, but then he saw the security guard retreat back into the guard booth, as if he'd seen a ghost. "What's wrong with helping a client take out trash? It's because you have zero service awareness that people complain about you." Liu Zheng continued his contempt. "You're so noble, you're so amazing. The trash cans are right over there. Why don't you go throw it away then?" The prematurely white-haired security guard pointed into the distance. Under the distant Fatinia tree stood 4 trash cans lined up in a row. Red, yellow, blue, and green respectively. "There isn't some trap here, is there?" Liu Zheng muttered. No, just go ahead, they're full of good stuff." The prematurely white-haired security guard encouraged him. "Hey, do you have any cigarettes left?" he said, rolling his eyes. "No, not a single one. Don't think about mooching my cigarettes." The prematurely white-haired security guard shook his head vigorously. "Then tell me what the trap is with throwing out trash, and I'll bring you a good pack next time." "Oomph. How do I know you'll even come back next time?" The prematurely white-haired security guard expressed disbelief. "I've already come 4 times, what's one more?" "Truth be told, the owner of room 606, building 4, we have that kind of relationship," Liu Zheng said with exaggerated eyebrow movements. "Really? Someone like you?" The prematurely white-haired security guard looked him up and down. "Men shouldn't be judged by appearance alone. It's about what's inside. Learn something," he said confidently. "Then I want a pack of Huazi." "No problem. Even if I can't get Huazi, I'll get you something similar." Liu Zheng agreed readily. Grudges are grudges, but business is business. Last time the security guard gave him a farewell cigarette. Next time, it would be Liu Zheng's turn to offer one. "Pay attention to trash sorting," the prematurely white-haired security guard said. That's it. And you dare ask for a whole pack of Huazi for that?" Liu Zheng felt like he was being ripped off. Read complete version only at novelfire.net. "Then let me ask you, do you normally sort your trash?" the prematurely white-haired security guard asked. No," he replied honestly. Using used plastic bags as trash bags was his greatest contribution to environmental protection. "Well then, it's settled. If I didn't remind you, you would have just tossed it without thinking," the prematurely white-haired security guard said. Liu Zheng thought about it and realized that was indeed possible. "All right then, consider yourself lucky this time." He carried the trash bag toward the trash cans. As he turned, he was already prepared for a potential sneak attack from the security guard. However, even as Liu Zheng reached the trash cans, the security guard never attacked. He guessed that probably if the trash bag spilled, the security guard would also suffer consequences. Looking at the 4 trash cans before him, Liu Zheng fell into thought. Aside from their colors, the trash cans had no other identifying marks. Their surfaces also lacked any residual trash that could help him determine their purpose. He struggled to recall and finally remembered the categories corresponding to 3 of the colors. Red was for hazardous waste, green for kitchen waste, and blue for recyclables. Time to eliminate options one by one. First, these body parts definitely didn't qualify as hazardous waste. Based on his understanding of these supernatural residents, any kind of meat was edible. They'd even drink Maudai contaminated by the Chaos Club without hesitation. Second, it probably didn't belong in recyclables either. After all, body parts weren't renewable resources. At least these particular body parts weren't. If it were Liu Zheng himself, he might barely qualify. That left only 2 answers to choose between. Kitchen waste, body parts should count as that. Then he remembered, yellow should be for other waste. meaning any garbage whose type was unknown could be thrown there. After careful consideration, Liu Zheng made his decision. He lifted the lid of the green trash can and threw the trash bag inside. Nothing happened. Liu Zheng breathed a sigh of relief. Nothing happening was the best possible outcome. He was just about to close the lid when he saw a silver flash from within the trash can. He pushed aside the surface trash, and a silver rice cooker appeared before him. Name: Rice Cooking Immortal's rice cooker. Type: item. Quality: perfect. Effect 1. Cooked rice randomly adds positive effects, limited to 3 uses per dungeon. Effect 2. Regardless of rice quality used, cooked rice will be perfect grade. Effect 3. Seal a specified target. Duration depends on target strength. Other effects cannot be used during sealing. Note: what's the difference between rice cooked by the Rice Cooking Immortal and ordinary people? It's more expensive. Can be taken out of dungeon. Yes. Holy shit, this time we really hit the jackpot. Liu Zheng's eyes widened. A perfect quality item, and it could even be taken out of the dungeon. Plus it came with 3 effects: support, lifestyle, and restriction, each looking quite powerful. This was literally striking it rich overnight. With a trembling heart and trembling tentacles, his first instinct was to pocket the rice cooker. Fortunately, he had a second thought. Never mind why there was a rice cooker in the kitchen waste bin. That was the sanitation workers' problem to consider. What Liu Zheng was thinking now was, did items in trash cans count as municipal government property? Effect 1. Cooked rice randomly applies positive effects, limited to 3 uses per dungeon, which was that they had no bottom line, especially considering places like garbage processing facilities existed. If this were an obvious risk, Liu Zheng would probably choose to gamble on it. Most of his current strength came from taking such chances. But with this kind of vague, uncertain danger, he became more cautious. After long consideration, Liu Zheng ultimately chose to give up, mainly because this was a functional item that couldn't directly enhance his combat strength. If it were something like the legendary vest that provided immediate improvement, he might have risked it. Handsome, could you help me get that rice cooker out? Just as Liu Zheng was about to close the lid, a hoarse, elderly voice sounded behind him. He turned to see an old woman with a deathly pale face but bright rouge applied to her cheeks, looking at him with a kindly expression. And what she was wearing was burial clothes. Handsome lad, could you help me get that rice cooker out? The old woman in burial clothes repeated her request. Can't you get it yourself? Liu Zheng cautiously used respectful language. I'm old, my legs don't work well anymore, and I can't even lift my arms. The old woman in burial clothes sighed. This old woman is so pitiful. My son isn't filial, my daughter-in-law isn't filial either, and all 100+ daughters are ungrateful wolves. She began sobbing as she spoke, though tears were heard but not seen. 100+ daughters? Did you self-study postpartum care for sows, or something? Did all those daughters have D in their names? Yes. Handsome lad, how did you know? The old woman in burial clothes asked. I have some understanding of folk customs. No wonder her sons and daughters weren't filial. It took over 100 days to finally summon a son. Clearly one side didn't want to summon, and the other didn't want to come. When both parties are unwilling, how could it be anything good? No wonder. Handsome lad, you clearly look educated, with a good job and good looks. Definitely both warm-hearted and quality. The old woman spoke auspicious words. Liu Zheng looked at his yellow vest, then at his very human-like, dignified appearance, deeply feeling that ginger indeed gets spicier with age when it comes to boasting. Handsome lad, you're not unwilling to help, are you? No wonder. Handsome lad, you clearly look educated, with a good job and good looks, definitely both warm-hearted and quality. White hairs began emerging from her rouged cheeks, resembling both zombie misfortune hair and rat whiskers. Her figure became more hunched, her back bulging high like a pregnant woman's belly. Help. Of course I'll help, Liu Zheng declared decisively. As a 5-good youth of the new era, an excellent employee of Bloody Restaurant, an honorary homeowner of Jia New Residence, how could I not champion the weak against the strong? Handsome lad, my memory is poor. I can't remember so many names. No problem. Just call me Bull Horse. He said kindly. Little Bull, then, quickly help me get the rice cooker out. My family is waiting to cook with it. The old woman in burial clothes urged. It's not that I don't want to help, but I'm willing yet unable. Liu Zheng sighed. You have hands and feet. How are you willing yet unable? The old woman grew somewhat impatient. Don't try to deceive this old woman. Sons and daughters all deceive me. You deceive me too. What's wrong with this world? Newest update provided by Novel FireNet. I can't go on living. I can't survive. Nobody wants me to live. Her words grew increasingly indistinct. A long tongue hung out, foul-smelling saliva dripping drop by drop onto the ground, corroding honeycomb-like small holes. Her nails began lengthening, cyan black nail edges sharp like daggers. You won't let me live? Then none of you get to live either. She screamed miserably, like an explosion after enduring endless grievances. Who's not letting you live? Liu Zheng frowned as he spoke. You won't help me pick up the rice cooker. That means you don't want me to live. Please, handsome lad, show some mercy. I'll even kneel for you, all right? The old woman in burial clothes knelt with a thud, crushing several floor tiles. It's not that I don't want to help you. I truly don't have the ability. He said helplessly. You have so many tentacles. Can't you spare one to help me pick it up? The old woman in burial clothes demanded. The moment she finished speaking, three-blade lights immediately flashed. Liu Zheng, holding the boning knife in his mouth, cut off his last tentacle. Now I don't have any. He spat out the boning knife and said with a smile. Then you still have a mouth. You can carry it out with your mouth. The old woman paused momentarily, then sneered. Liu Zheng suddenly charged toward the flower bed, then smashed his head violently against the corner. The force was incredibly powerful. He shattered both mouth and jaw completely. Liu Zheng looked toward the old woman without speaking, just raising his head slightly. The meaning was clear. I don't have a mouth either. Silence. The scene fell into deathly silence. Big root hair. The old woman in burial clothes gave him a deep look, straightened her back, hands behind her, and walked away. Fighting me? You're still too green, old thing. Liu Zheng thought triumphantly. But after this encounter, he confirmed one thing. This rice cooker definitely had problems. Couldn't take it, absolutely couldn't take it. Liu Zheng gave the trash bin one last longing look, then walked toward the plane tree's direction. I'm back. He pushed open the restroom door and shouted. Back is back. Why shout about it? The awakened bull horse rubbed his eyes, speaking with clear displeasure. Just didn't want to interrupt any good things you might have going on, boss. Liu Zheng said with a grin. You not coming back would be the best thing possible. Bull Horse said irritably. If I didn't come back, how would you run away? Three-legged bull horses are hard to find, but two-legged delivery guys aren't. Shout once in the old district, and applicants would come swarming in crowds. Bull Horse retorted. It's not that simple, is it? Liu Zheng said half-believingly. If it were that simple, would Bull Horse only have one subordinate? Look how many employees the kitchen has. Even if the delivery department status is lower, the gap shouldn't be this big. You're really cunningly clever. Indeed, it's not that simple. Bull Horse admitted. Fighting me? You're still too green, old thing. Then people in the old district don't have citizenship rights? Some do, some don't. Those with citizenship rights are mostly fourth-class citizens anyway. Bull Horse said. Citizens have classes too? Liu Zheng said surprised. Ingredients have classes, so of course citizens do too. How are they divided? He asked. Can't really say specifically, but ones like us are third-class citizens, basically have all the citizenship rights we should have. And that lover of yours should be second class. Bull Horse thought about it and said, Why? You think ordering takeout only costs money? Bull Horse sneered. If she weren't at least second-class citizen, with her ordering style, you'd have seen her in staff meals long ago. Oh, whatever class citizen didn't really concern him. Liu Zheng wasn't planning to take her family name anyway. You caught quite a few there. Bull Horse finally noticed the fish in the net bag. Not caught, picked up. He explained. Picked up? Where from? I'll go pick some up too. The sewer farted and blasted all the fish to death. I just picked up a bunch. Liu Zheng briefly described what happened in the sewer. Of course, he skipped over the rust part. Boss, you didn't seem to tell me the sewer is alive, he said with deadpan eyes. Forgot. Bullhorse admitted frankly. But what difference does alive or dead make to you? You're not strong enough to attract the sewer's attention anyway, he said carelessly. At least let me have psychological preparation. Some things are better unknown than known. The unknown brings fear, but ignorance brings fearlessness. Bullhorse said. Another poem plagiarized from Bailongzi, right? Will you fucking stop? At least the first half was my own thought. Bullhorse shouted. All right. Boss, with this many fish, we should be able to trade for something, right? Liu Zheng changed the subject. I don't really understand fish either, but the quantity is quite substantial. Should at least trade for 2 bottles of alcohol or something? Bullhorse said hesitantly. Then we're done for. Neither of us understands. Won't Napoleon lowball us? From my understanding of it, meeting his expectant gaze, Bullhorse continued. It will absolutely lowball us. Boo. Liu Zheng made dismissive sounds. Selling at bargain prices was something he definitely wouldn't accept willingly. After all, he practically got these with his life on the line. But if he didn't sell to the white feather chicken, he had nowhere else to sell. Looking at that large net bag of fish, Liu Zheng suddenly got an idea. Boss, you take this one. He leaned close to Bullhorse's ear and whispered. Will that work? Bullhorse said doubtfully. Let's try. If it doesn't work, consider it building goodwill. Fine, they're your fish anyway. Bullhorse shrugged, hooked the net bag with his horn, and went out. You really are something, kid. Half an hour later, Bullhorse came back in high spirits. A black plastic bag hung from its horn, bulging with a lot of stuff. Did Salmon tell you the real price? Yep, that fish was totally worth it. At least 30% more profit, Bullhorse said with relish. Liu Zheng had taught it to bribe the calico cat with the fish. She worked in the kitchen and loved fish, so she would know the real value of those fish. As expected, his bet paid off. Napoleon won't give her any trouble, right? Liu Zheng asked. She didn't lose out. Why would he cause trouble? Don't be fooled. Though he made 30% more, that guy probably made twice as much. Bullhorse said, a little envious. The delivery department had freedom as a perk, but when it came to making money, it was far behind the kitchen. That's good then. He felt relieved. The calico cat was his important inside channel in the kitchen. It would be best if nothing went wrong. Bullhorse set the bag down and fished out 2 bottles of nicely packaged liquor and a ham. These are my hard-earned fees. No objections, right? It asked with ill intent. No objections, boss. Please enjoy. Liu Zheng made a gesture of invitation. Bah, boring. You should freak out when it's time to freak out. I even wonder if you were faking crazy before. Bullhorse muttered. It was too lazy to deliver right now, and staying in the break room was dull. It was still hoping for an excuse to beat Liu Zheng up just for fun. Don't you have that Sudoku magazine? If you're bored, go do that. I can't do it at all. I just want to sleep whenever I see those squares. Bullhorse shook its big head. Isn't that perfect then? I guess so. Bullhorse seemed to realize and then rummaged through the cabinet for that Sudoku book. All right, Napoleon said we could have that knife too. Before it finished, it fell asleep with a snore. This sleep-inducing effect is a bit too intense. Liu Zheng smiled wryly. He could recommend the municipal government promote it citywide, would significantly improve residents' sleep quality. He bent over to inspect the haul from the trade. The bag contained drinks and food. Drinks included 3 bottles of liquor and 2 canned beverages. 1 bottle of tequila was fine quality, the others were excellent. Name, premium bile tequila. Type, item, quality, fine. Effect 1, cures poison status, limited to subsevere levels. Effect 2, medium chance to acquire drunk status. Notes, brewed from the bile vomited by 30 end-stage liver cancer alcoholics after inebriation. Every drop is steeped in numb despair. An excellent companion for your sleep. Can be taken out of the dungeon. Yes. Cure poison status? Seeing that effect, Liu Zheng suddenly remembered something. Those expired single-person emergency rations seemed to cause poison effects, and he'd eaten quite a few. He hurriedly opened his character panel, but saw no poisoned entry in the status bar. System, I'm not poisoned? Liu Zheng asked in his head. The system did not respond. But since the status bar had no listing, that meant he wasn't poisoned. He roughly guessed the reason. The whole so-called divine descent had restructured his essence. If his very nature had been remade, detoxing would be trivial. Besides, looking at the yellow-green liquid in the bottle, he really couldn't bring himself to drink it. He decided to give it to the plain tree. If anything could down contaminated Maudai, that thing could. As for the other drinks, their effects were mediocre. He pulled out a can of SB calcium milk to give to the plain tree along with the tequila. He put the rest back in the cabinet to take later if needed. There wasn't much food, only a plate of marinated offal and a serving of pan-fried foie gras. Interestingly, the marinated offal was fine quality, while the foie gras was only excellent. Name: Bloody Select Marinated Offal Platter. Type item: quality fine. Effect 1. Restores a large amount of stamina and repairs significant defects. Effect 2. Constitution +5. Notes: sourced from top pig-headed men at the New Paradise breeding farm. Before slaughter, they undergo 49 days of hypnosis training to ensure each piece of meat is full of the flavor of happiness. Can be taken out of the dungeon. Yes. New Paradise breeding farm. Oink seemed to have come from the Paradise breeding farm. New Paradise and Paradise. These two farms were clearly connected somehow. If he could figure that out, he might be able to get in contact with Oink. With that big shot backing him, clearing the dungeon would basically be guaranteed. Liu Zheng shook his head and shelved the idea for now. He had too many tasks on his plate. Trying to do everything at once would be counterproductive. First priority, get the legendary Deliverman set. He sat back on his folding stool and set the marinated offal platter and foie gras down on the floor. After thinking a moment, Liu Zheng took out another bottle of liquor. A bite of offal, a sip of wine. Momentarily, he felt like he had returned to his early working days. Back then, his daily joy was buying a plate of marinated snacks, 2 steam buns, and a bottle of beer. Follow current novels on novelfire.net. Back at his rented room, he'd put on a longer video or movie and eat while watching. What he watched didn't matter much. He just needed some background noise. Later, he stopped doing that because socializing wrecked his stomach. The smell of alcohol made him nauseous. Come to think of it, flesh rebirth was a brilliant method for surviving drinking with coworkers. If he just drank his boss to death, he'd be the boss. Full and drunk, lulled by bullhorse snores, Liu Zheng drifted into sleep. When he woke from a short nap, his body had recovered to its original size. Because his constitution had increased, the seaweed on his head had even grown a good length down to his shoulders. But why had it grown into hair? He tugged hard at the seaweed, but it didn't come out. He tried cutting it with the boning knife. This time it came off easily. But he felt the seaweed should have been more resilient. Thinking about the boning knife's effects, a dreadful guess occurred to him. Could it be that his hair's ingredient grade was actually very high? Damn, next time, when White Feather Chicken sees him, won't his comb puff up with excitement? Then the chef might stuff Liu Zheng's head into the pot and simmer it into soup. Would taste super fresh. Customers would unanimously praise it and demand Liu Zheng's head soup by name. He'd be soaking in the pot 24 hours a day, never even able to lift his head. Ugh, just thinking about it was terrifying. Of course, if White Feather Chicken offered the right price, he might sacrifice himself. After all, the customer is always God. Half dreaming, half awake, Liu Zheng indulged in these thoughts when the ghost hand crawled in. It froze when it saw the bottles on the floor, then opened its palm toward Liu Zheng. He nodded and took a bottle from the cabinet for the ghost hand. The ghost hand swallowed the bottle, belched, then started doing a finger dance in place. This drinking capacity is truly awful. Liu Zheng shook his head. Come to think of it, if the ghost hand really was the legendary Deliverman, it would probably know more than Bullhorse. With that thought, he took out the photo of the megamouth whale and put it in front of the ghost hand. The hand wavered and looked for a while, bending its fingers a few times. To it, that was probably a nod. It actually knew. Liu Zheng felt a surge of excitement. Then the ghost hand suddenly grabbed his collar. Before Liu Zheng realized what was happening, he was lifted into the air. Bang! He stared in disbelief as the door was smashed open, and he was dragged out of the break room by the ghost hand. Holy shit! Liu Zheng and the startled bull horse shouted at the same time. Ghost Hand's strength was astonishingly powerful. Liu Zheng couldn't resist, no matter how hard he tried. After a few attempts, he simply gave up. He was truly foolish, really. He only knew that drunk people would act crazy, but didn't realize drunk hands would act crazy too. What was even more foolish was that the alcohol was given by Liu Zheng himself. Now he felt regret, deep regret. Amid Liu Zheng's constant muttering, he was dragged into the delivery passage. Though he couldn't see the path, he could feel Ghost Hand constantly turning, changing direction, drifting. Its maneuvers were extremely risky. Several times, Liu Zheng barely scraped past the walls. If he could speak, he would definitely tell Ghost Hand one thing. Among countless roads, safety comes first. Irregular driving brings 2 lines of tears to loved ones. Unfortunately, he couldn't speak. After racing for several minutes, Ghost Hand finally stopped. Are we here? As soon as Liu Zheng had the thought, it released its grip. The sensation of weightlessness immediately followed, accompanied by the familiar stench of the sewer. Damn! He flailed around but couldn't find anything like a ladder. By the time he reacted and tried to stab the boning knife into the wall, it was already too late. Splat! Liu Zheng landed squarely on his butt. Of course, this height wasn't enough to cause injury, just some pain. Not bothering to rub his sore bottom, he quickly took out his phone and called Bull Horse. Hello? Hello. Fortunately, though the voice was somewhat intermittent, at least the call went through. Boss, I think Ghost Hand threw me into the sewer, Liu Zheng said. Sewer? It took you outside. No, the entrance is inside the delivery passage. There's actually a sewer entrance inside the passage. Bull Horse was quite surprised. That's not the main point. The main point is what should I do now? You said we can't leave the break room without orders, right? Well, about that. Bull Horse also seemed somewhat stumped. No one expected this kid to be forcibly taken out by Ghost Hand. Anyway, stay where you are and don't move around. I'll ask someone, Bull Horse said. You said we can't leave the break room without orders, right? Well, about that. Bull Horse also seemed somewhat stumped. No one expected this kid to be forcibly taken out by Ghost Hand. Anyway, stay where you are and don't move around. I'll ask someone, Bull Horse said. Okay, boss, hurry up. The wind here is really strong. I'm scared. Liu Zheng shouted loudly. From a moment he connected with Bull Horse call, the manhole opening began to blow wind. Though not as terrifying as last time, it still made him tremble with fear. Was the sewer farting again? If you have gastrointestinal problems, don't overeat. Damn it. After hanging up, Liu Zheng waited where he was. Even if Bull Horse hadn't said so, he didn't plan to move. With everything unclear now, running around recklessly was no different from seeking death. While waiting for the call, Liu Zheng suddenly heard tapping sounds above his head. No need to guess. It must be Ghost Hand. What did this guy want now? Liu Zheng wasn't actually angry at Ghost Hand, since he brought this upon himself. He helplessly looked up into the darkness above. Then a lump of something fell from above and hit him on the head. Damn! Liu Zheng saw stars from the impact. But fortunately, probably no concussion. He took the lump from his head and felled it with his hands. The surface was moist, texture like both flesh and clay, with a subtle fluffiness. But it had excellent elasticity, almost infinitely stretchable. Just as Liu Zheng wondered what this thing was, the system prompt finally appeared. Name, Bloody Restaurant Special Cosplay Costume, Single Use. Type, Item. Quality, Fine. Effect, mold the cosplay costume into the corresponding image and wear to temporarily gain the abilities of the cosplayed character, limited to characters existing in the current dungeon. Effect depends on cosplay accuracy. Lasts 1 hour. Note, true cosplay involves not just appearance, but also soul. Good boy, put your hair up. Can be taken out of dungeon. No. You. Liu Zheng shook his hand in disgust. This thing's purpose was clearly not very wholesome. Of course, disgust aside, he still needed to use it. Ghost Hand apparently hadn't completely blacked out yet, knowing to provide some remedial measures. I asked around. Your situation doesn't count as a violation. However, the restaurant won't send anyone to rescue you either. You have to get back yourself. How do I get back? There's not even a ladder here. Liu Zheng poked the wall with the boning knife. Even the knife tip couldn't penetrate. Then there's no choice. You'll have to rely on your own luck. Oh, and Napoleon said since you're already down there, you might as well bring back some more fish. Bullhorse hung up after saying this. I'll screw its 18th generation ancestors. He cursed loudly. Wait, the 18th generation ancestor of white feather chicken was probably dinosaurs. Then 17th generation it is. After some Q-style self-comfort, Liu Zheng returned to reality. Clearly, the bloody cosplay costume in his hand was now the key to his survival. But who should he cosplay as? The item description said it was limited to characters existing in the current dungeon. So who were the characters in the current dungeon? Liu Zheng's first thought was fire mage. Someone who could forcefully interrupt the sewer's fart and retreat, and Scathe definitely had impressive strength. But he hadn't even seen what the other looked like, so naturally he couldn't cosplay them. Had to exclude. The second thought was Rust, who could establish a shelter in the sewer and scatter an evil god's descent. Its strength should be no less than fire mages. Liu Zheng had actually seen what Rust looked like, and it would be easy to cosplay. After all, Rust was just a shadowy figure. He only needed to create a rough outline. But cosplaying as it had one problem. Rust harbored enormous secrets. Cosplaying as it might trigger unpredictable consequences. After some thought, Liu Zheng passed on this option too. For the same reason, Oink was also excluded. After all, the restaurant was right above his head. Hard to say whether they were monitoring this place. That left Bullhorse, Plain Tree, Mr. Li, Novelist, and others. After some consideration, Liu Zheng decided to cosplay as Bullhorse. After all, he was most familiar with Bullhorse, and Bullhorse strength should be sufficient. Plus, Bullhorse background was simpler, without so many unspeakable matters. Thus, Liu Zheng began molding the cosplay costume in the darkness. As soon as he started, he felt fortunate about his decision. And this was for Bullhorse, whom he knew best. If he tried to sculpt someone else, the system might not even recognize it. After much difficult trying, Liu Zheng finally roughly sculpted Bullhorse appearance. After all, he wasn't an art student, could only say he tried his best. Liu Zheng reached into the cosplay costume, and it automatically enveloped him. Item effect activated. The system notification sounded. That's it, he said in astonishment. No warm current flowing throughout his body. No endless power came rolling in. Was it because his sculpting effect was too poor? Or was Bullhorse actually all show and no substance? Liu Zheng thought for a moment, then decided to test it. So he stomped his foot. novelfire.net. A massive impact sound instantly exploded, with flying ground fragments making air-tearing sounds. Half of Liu Zheng's hoof directly sank into the ground. This was the same material that his boning knife couldn't even penetrate earlier. Our Bullhorse is truly amazing, Liu Zheng said sincerely. With who knows how much of Bullhorse power, Liu Zheng's confidence soared dramatically. Theoretically speaking, he could climb back up right now. But considering this was a rare opportunity, Liu Zheng decided to explore a bit first. After all, Ghost Hand specifically brought him here, indicating this section of sewer likely contained megamouth whales. Fishing while he had the limited-time Bullhorse experience card was definitely better than relying on luck in other sewer areas later. So, he puffed out his chest and cautiously moved forward. This time, he didn't have to walk far before seeing the glowing shit moss on both walls. Liu Zheng quickly averted his gaze, looking straight ahead. Without the legendary vest's bonus this time, observing the wall patterns would cost him sanity. He quickened his pace and exited the sewer channel. The layout here was similar to the area under the Plain Tree Street, but the sewage river was quite different. First, in terms of width, this section's sewage river was at least 1/3 wider. Second, in terms of water quality, the river here was directly colorful, with an oily sheen on the surface. The river flowed extremely slowly, like a blood vessel clogged with fat embolisms. This wasn't water with oil in it anymore. This was oil with water in it. Such a nutrient-rich river must contain many big fish. Liu Zheng felt more confident about catching a megamouth whale. He walked along the riverbank, then looked up to check the ceiling. Good, no skinless monsters. But they could be hiding. Still, no big deal. He was now the mighty bull horse. If any insignificant skinless monster dared cause trouble, he'd make sure it never returned. Liu Zheng swallowed several appetite stimulants, then jumped into the river. He didn't know if the cosplay outfit would be eroded by the river water, and he didn't want to risk it. Given his current weight, he should have created quite a splash. However, reality showed only small ripples on the river surface. Liu Zheng felt like he'd jumped into a huge barrel of lard. Everything felt greasy and disgusting. He had to dog paddle vigorously to finally submerge himself completely. Heart of the Ocean, enhanced, is now active. The system notification arrived belatedly. All right, now it's stable. Liu Zheng breathed a sigh of relief. Low-spec bullhorse plus Heart of the Ocean's bonus. As long as the sewer doesn't have diarrhea problems, it should be fine. Now he just needed to wait for fish to bite. He didn't have to wait long. About 10 minutes later, ripples began spreading across the water surface. They're here. Follow current novels on novel FireNet. Liu Zheng focused his attention. Looks like more than one was coming. The good thing was his chances of catching a megamouth whale increased. The bad thing was he was about to get ganged up on by fish. Big shot. Now it's up to whether you're powerful or not. As Liu Zheng silently recited this, the school of fish appeared. For large fish that looked quite similar leaped out of the water, charging toward him. Then, right in front of Liu Zheng, they crash-landed. The one that jumped farthest didn't even clear half a meter. Facing the school of fish belly up on the water surface, Liu Zheng stared dumbfounded. Looking at their spherical bodies, he suspected that adding some hydrogen could make them float. Are these even fish? Pigs aren't this fat. Speechless, Liu Zheng swam up to the fish school. After some difficult comparisons, he confirmed it. The second fattest one among them should indeed be the megamouth whale. He gripped the boning knife with his two front hooves, planning to give it a quick end. Although the boning knife wasn't very long, fortunately the fat layer on the megamouth whale's head wasn't that thick either. The blade descended like thunder from heaven, the explosive muscle power even pushing aside the semi-solid river water around him. This was the strength of the Bloody Restaurant's three-term excellent employee, the top delivery department heavyweight. Our bull horse is truly too powerful. However, ingredients specifically requested by the executive chef naturally wouldn't be that simple. All four large fish opened their mouths simultaneously. The surrounding air was violently sucked in, and Liu Zheng even felt slightly suffocated. Realizing something was wrong, he immediately halted his momentum and dodged sideways. Four massive air cannons fired explosively, plowing deep grooves into the river surface. Fortunately, Liu Zheng reacted quickly enough to avoid the trajectories of three air cannons. But one air cannon still came flying toward him irresistibly. Holy crap, I thought they were just a bunch of Magikarps, but they turned out to be Gyarados. Liu Zheng stood upright, raised his hoof high, then stomped down fiercely. Direct hit. Tangible and intangible collided, unleashing astonishing force. A huge water column shot skyward, and the clogged river water churned with waves. Using the recoil from this impact, the four large fish finally managed to right themselves. They desperately thrashed their tails, trying to dive to the bottom. Think you can run after attacking me? Liu Zheng leaped high from the water, then came crashing down. The entire water surface was forcibly parted, and the four large fish were flipped belly up again. Run now, why aren't you running? He grumbled curses while approaching the fish school. There was still plenty of time left, so he planned to knock these fish unconscious and take them back alive. While dead ones would work too, live ones definitely had higher value. White feather chicken was relatively fair. He might give some extra rewards. The fish school also knew this was a life-or-death moment. Their four pairs of dead fish eyes exchanged glances, then they emitted dolphin-like cries. Sound waves spread outward, even causing patches of mist to form in the air. This was because shock waves caused sudden increases in air pressure, rapidly cooling the air and condensing water vapor into droplets. Liu Zheng bore the brunt of it, his skin slightly deforming under the sonic impact. But the ones most affected weren't him. It was the fish school. The 4 large fish gradually melted within the sound waves, starting from their tails until only their heads remained. Then, the melted flesh, blood, and bones coalesced together, transforming into a bloated monster with 4 heads, 8 eyes, and limbs. Fuck. Liu Zheng couldn't help but swear. What the hell is this? Extreme Makeover. Fish Edition? He never expected that in this world, not only were most people villains, but even the damn fish had special skills. In this condition, could it still be considered a megamouth whale? Liu Zheng had some doubts. But doubts aside, the fish still needed to be caught. Even if it didn't count as a megamouth whale, it could pass as a fishman. Didn't White Feather Chicken once smuggled mermaids last time? Fishmen and mermaids are pretty similar. Before he could make a move, the combined fishman charged at him first. Its webbed hands swung, firing water guns, while the 4 fish mouths continuously spat small air bullets. Petty tricks, and you dare show off before an expert? Liu Zheng sneered disdainfully, raising his hose to deliver several consecutive slaps that shattered all the water guns and air bullets. Then he executed an ox-pushing cart charge, slamming forward and directly sending the combined fishman flying. The fishman hit the left bank wall, sliding down slowly like a painting. All 8 fish eyes turned blood red, not because they were preparing a big move, but due to intracranial hemorrhaging. Liu Zheng showed no mercy, jumping onto the bank and pinning the fish body with one hoof while using the other to deliver heavy slaps to each of the 4 fish heads in turn. After this brutal beating, the combined fishman finally fell completely unconscious. "Now you can't run, can you?" he said triumphantly, daring to steal my fish. Just as he prepared to hoist the fishman onto his back, a voice roared angrily. He spun around to see a middle-aged man wearing a fish-gutting apron glaring at him furiously from a distance. Liu Zheng found him somewhat familiar, then immediately remembered. Wasn't this the person from the megamouth whale photo? "Don't run. Today I'll use you as chum." The middle-aged man shouted sharply, then sprinted toward him. Holy shit. Liu Zheng shouldered the fishman and turned to run. "Trying to run?" The middle-aged man sneered coldly and swung his right arm. Follow current novels on velfire.net. His right arm rotated like a windmill, then suddenly flung forward. Under centrifugal force, the man's arm continuously extended forward, stretching longer and longer until it transformed into a thin fishing rod. The flesh-and-blood fishing line caught up with Liu Zheng, and the finger-bone hook pierced through his spine. Liu Zheng was horrified and struggled desperately to break free. But the fishing line, thin as a strand of hair, was exceptionally tough and couldn't be broken. He immediately used his front hooves to grip the boning knife and chop down at the fishing line. However, the boning knife that had repeatedly proven effective was completely unable to budge the fishing line this time. The middle-aged man pulled backward, and Liu Zheng immediately flew through the air, crashing down in front of him. "Run! Why aren't you running now?" The middle-aged man said disdainfully. He felt this dialogue sounded somewhat familiar. "Speak, who sent you to steal fish?" The middle-aged man demanded loudly. Hearing this, Liu Zheng stopped his motion of reaching for the chew stick. Interrogation was good. Interrogation meant communication was possible. "I'm an employee of the bloody restaurant. Executive Chef Napoleon sent me to catch the megamouth whale. I didn't know this fish was raised by you, my apologies," he said, mixing truth with lies. "So it really is that plague chicken." The middle-aged man sneered coldly, apparently having anticipated Liu Zheng's response. "Didn't it tell you not to fish in this area? Doesn't want to tear up the treaty and go to war with me again?" He questioned. Napoleon didn't say anything. "And I didn't come here intentionally. I was thrown down by Ghost Hand." Liu Zheng replied. "Who is Ghost Hand?" "He's the restaurant's meal prep worker." He described Ghost Hand's appearance. The middle-aged man paused for a moment, carefully examining Liu Zheng a few times. What's your relationship with it? He asked. I bought it drinks a few times. Liu Zheng replied. As for the matter of the legendary Deliverman skeleton and the Chaos Club gold card, he didn't mention a word. Since you genuinely didn't know, I can spare you this once. Moreover, you can take this fish with you. The middle-aged man said after thinking for a moment. But, how did you know there was a but? Everyone around here is like this. I'm used to it by now. Liu Zheng shrugged. These eerie residents never let themselves be shortchanged. If they give you 3 points, they'll take back 7. Except for the plain tree type. But that was also because beverages had scarcity value for it, and could provide additional emotional value. Quite the clever one. Since you're smart, I won't waste words. I want you to date my daughter, the middle-aged man said. No problem, huh? His expression turned to 0.0. He thought the middle-aged man would ask him to help raise fish or find fish or something. Sir, call me Fisherman. All right, Fisherman, sir. You might not believe this, but I've actually never pursued girls before. Liu Zheng said euphemistically, because he was always the one being pursued. With his decent looks, martial artist physique, and somewhat melancholic temperament, he was quite popular with women, though it was always limited to dating. The women Liu Zheng found appealing weren't foolish. They didn't treat dating and marriage as the same thing. Then you can go feed the fish. The fisherman said, about to throw him into the river. Wait, with my current ferocious appearance, your daughter definitely wouldn't be interested anyway. Liu Zheng said helplessly. My daughter isn't some shallow woman who only cares about appearance. The fisherman said proudly. Then what does she care about? Don't know. The fisherman shook his head. He looked up at the sky. Figuring out her preferences is your job. Just tell me whether you agree or not. The fisherman said somewhat impatiently. Why are you so determined to have me date your daughter? Liu Zheng asked. Because I hate that blonde guy who rides the ghost bike. The fisherman said loudly. Just thinking about the day his ghost bike might park by my fish pond makes me want to turn myself into fish bait. Calm down. It hasn't happened yet. Liu Zheng boldly patted his shoulder. It's about to happen. That kid went to pick her up from work yesterday. If he dares to pick her up from work now, what he'll dare to do in the future, I don't even want to think about it. The fisherman covered his face with his hand. All right, I'll agree to help you date your daughter. Liu Zheng sighed. That's more like it. The fisherman released him. But I can't guarantee I'll succeed. He emphasized. Then you can help me get rid of that blonde guy. The fisherman said viciously. Should I just go eliminate him directly then? Liu Zheng suggested. Compared to dating, he was more skilled at killing. What do you mean? Do you look down on my daughter that much? The fisherman said in a threatening tone. Of course not. Looking at your dignified appearance, your daughter must be equally vivid. Liu Zheng quickly explained. That's for sure. My daughter has looked like me since she was little. The fisherman said proudly. Then nothing. I don't care. You must date my daughter. Fine. When you're under the fishing rod, you have to bow your head. Don't worry. I won't make you do it for free. If you can successfully date my daughter, I'll give you this fish. The fisherman cast his line and pulled a pure black fish from the sewage river. Name, black koi. Type, item. Quality, fine. Effect, after consumption, player's luck value drops to 0 points for 24 hours. After 24 hours, player's luck value increases to maximum for 1 minute. Note, be an unlucky person for a lifetime, or be lucky for 1 minute. Can be taken out of dungeon. No. Damn, luck directly dropping to 0. Wouldn't that mean even sneezing could cause a cerebral hemorrhage? Dare not eat, dare not eat. Wait. Liu Zheng was about to ask if he could change the reward when he suddenly remembered something. System, is this luck drop to 0 points a constant value or a fixed value? He asked in his mind. Fixed value. The system replied. Then it's fine. Liu Zheng felt ecstatic. Bullhorse had that lucky joker card. As long as he used the lucky joker card after eating the black koi, he could raise his luck value to positive. Although he'd probably still be unlucky, it shouldn't be fatal. As long as he could overcome this biggest drawback, the potential effects of this conceptual ability were almost limitless. For example, he could go to the casino again and win millions this time, directly booking a room at the bloody restaurant. Or he could go through that trash can again. Maybe he'd find even more amazing items. All right, I agree. Liu Zheng nodded. You're definitely smarter than that blonde guy. Take it. The fisherman threw the black koi to him. Aren't you afraid I'll take the item and run? He asked, somewhat surprised. If I were afraid you'd run, I wouldn't have let you go. The fisherman sneered coldly. If you dare take payment without delivering, someone will help me deal with you. Whatever. Anyway, Liu Zheng didn't plan to renege. Cooperating with these eerie residents was always like making deals with tigers, but not cooperating meant directly being devoured by the tiger. Tell me about your daughter. He put away the black koi and asked, What did you say? The fisherman looked confused. Things related to your daughter. How old is she? How tall? What does she look like? What does she like to eat? What does she enjoy doing? And so on. Oh, she's 20-something this year? The fisherman scratched his head. Seriously? You don't even know how old your own daughter is? Liu Zheng was speechless. I have so many things to deal with every day. How could I remember all that? The fisherman snapped angrily. Fine. Just tell me what you do know. She's about 160 centimeters tall. As for her looks, you can just look at a photo. The fisherman pulled a photo from his inner pocket and handed it to him. The girl in the photo was wearing a bachelor's gown, standing under a plane tree, making a peace sign, her smile radiant. She had a round face, short hair, wore glasses, and looked like a slightly chubbier version of Zhao Jinmai. Not bad. Wouldn't be too much of a sacrifice. Liu Zheng breathed a sigh of relief. Did you take this photo? No. The fisherman shook his head. I didn't think so. As a reporter, he knew a bit about photography too. This one clearly looked like it was taken by a girl, and a girl who had self-studied some photography techniques at that. What do you mean by that? The fisherman glared. Nothing. Continue. When she was little, she liked eating the fish I cooked, but I don't know about now. The last time I peeked, I saw her drinking coffee and eating cake. The fisherman continued. Peeked. This father and daughter really don't seem close. What brand of coffee and cake? Liu Zheng had a bad feeling. Don't know. I just know the logo on it was an upside-down deer head. The fisherman said. Damn it, I knew it. He groaned inwardly. Now, he was going to get his eyes scraped, ears cleaned, and face peeled again. What are you yelling about? The fisherman frowned. That coffee isn't easy to get. Liu Zheng told him about the unlucky coffee situation. Is that all? It's not like you can't grow them back. The fisherman didn't even bat an eye. But it still hurts. I'm not a masochist. Look at you, acting like a wimp. Here. The fisherman snapped off one of his own fingers and handed it to him. Bro, I didn't say I wouldn't go. This is a bit unnecessary. Liu Zheng didn't know whether to take it or not. What did you call me? The fisherman narrowed his eyes. Fisherman. Think again. Father-in-law. He tentatively ventured. You looking to die, kid? The fisherman roared angrily. Then what should I call you? Liu Zheng said bluntly. Call me uncle for now. The fisherman hesitated for a moment before speaking. Okay, uncle, please take this finger back. You think I'm doing this to mess with you? This is compensation for you. The fisherman said. Compensation? What can this do? He asked. The system didn't pop up an item description either. Useless for people, useful for fish. Use this finger as a fish hook. Any fish hooked by it will be unable to move. The fisherman said confidently. What about mermaids? Mermaids are the same. That could be somewhat useful. Liu Zheng pocketed it. If he ever went to the seaside, he could use this to defend against the mermaid princess. Continue talking about your daughter. Nothing else. The fisherman shook his head. You said practically nothing, and that's it. Even a dating website would provide more information than the fisherman did. Are these two really related by blood? Nothing means nothing. If I knew, wouldn't I tell you? Then where is she now? You must know that at least. If the fisherman said he didn't know again, Liu Zheng would rather break off the deal than take this job. For more chapters, visit nov3willfire.net. That I do know. She's working as some kind of DM at a board game shop now. What exactly that entails, I don't know. Thankfully, the fisherman wasn't that clueless. Oh, I know what that is. DM is the abbreviation for Dungeon Master. It originally referred to the host of the tabletop role-playing game Dungeons & Dragons, but later became a general term for hosts of many board games. This world has board games too? Would they actually find a real dragon to play an NPC? You know? Good. Here's the address. The fisherman gave him a sticky note. Seeing the sticky note, Liu Zheng suddenly had an idea. Uncle, you genuinely want me to pursue your daughter, right? Right. If that blonde guy ends up with my daughter, I'd rather die right now. The fisherman gritted his teeth. Then you definitely won't be stingy with a little investment, right? What do you want to do? The fisherman became wary. You should know that we delivery guys can only go out when we're delivering an order. So I need you to place a delivery order for your daughter, with the delivery time window as long as possible. Liu Zheng said, Okay, is 12 hours enough? The fisherman agreed decisively. Enough, enough. Uncle, you're truly awesome. He gave a thumbs up. For my daughter, I'll go all out. But during these 12 hours, you can only use the time to pursue my daughter. If you dare use it for anything else, I'll turn your lower body into a fish, the kind that won't change back even if you cut it off. The fisherman said ominously, Don't worry. While I, Liu Zheng, might not be perfect in other aspects, my professional ethics are exemplary. If you don't believe me, you can ask Bullhorse, Delago, Napoleon, Ghost Hand. When I take their money to do a job, I always handle it perfectly. Liu Zheng patted his chest. Oomph. If someone hadn't vouched for you, would such a good thing fall into your lap? All right, hurry up and get going. The sewer is starting to notice. The fisherman urged. Father-in-law. He tentatively ventured. Oh, uncle, how should I report progress to you? Liu Zheng asked. No need. My finger will be watching you. The fisherman said. Wow, so this finger is a monitor too. No wonder there was no item description. All right then, I'm off. He hoisted the combined fishman onto his shoulder and swiftly ran towards the manhole opening. While running, he glanced back. The fisherman had already disappeared. Only a giant fishtail flicked and vanished from the water surface. Liu Zheng withdrew his gaze and focused on running. The cosplay costume was still active, and he soon reached the manhole opening. He inserted the hooves into the wall and climbed out step by step. Standing in the delivery passageway, Liu Zheng faced another problem. Which direction led back to the restaurant? After thinking for a moment, he decided to just pick a direction at random. Even if he went the wrong way, he could just turn around and head back as long as he didn't leave the restaurant. So he walked towards the left-hand direction. Luck was on his side. The direction was correct, and Liu Zheng successfully returned to the break room. You did pretty well, kid, coming back so quickly. Bullhorse looked up, then saw the abstract version of itself. What the hell? Who told you to cosplay as me? And you made it so ugly. It was furious. No choice, boss. Among the people I know, you're the handsomest and the strongest. Liu Zheng looked innocent. That is true. Your taste in that regard is quite good. Bullhorse anger subsided. But how did you get your hands on a cosplay costume? This is a treasure of the customer service department. That Britannia guy wouldn't even let us touch it. It asked curiously. Ghost Hand threw it to me. What exactly is that guy's background? Bullhorse rubbed its chin. Even you don't know? How would I know? It arrived even earlier than I did. The previous delivery guy only told me not to talk to it. Nothing else. If I can't even talk to it, I can't exactly cozy up to it either. Bullhorse said irritably. Whatever. I already have enough troubles anyway. One more won't make a difference. True. You really should thank Mr. Lee properly. If he hadn't turned you into a tentacle monster, the troubles you've stirred up would have cost you 10 lives. Bullhorse nodded. I really should thank him. Thank his ancestors for 18 generations. Liu Zheng sneered. He had figured it out by now. Mr. Lee definitely had ulterior motives when he made him eat the black goat offspring's eyeball. If he hadn't coincidentally heard the gospel, he might be inside Mr. Lee's stomach right now. Of course, revenge was out of the question. But if he got the chance, Liu Zheng wouldn't mind screwing Mr. Lee over. By the way, boss, do you know the fisherman? He asked. I don't know any fishermen. Bullhorse shook his head. That person from the photo you gave me. Napoleon gave that to me. You'll have to ask him. Nyoto said. Fresh chapters posted on novlfire.net. Could you help me call him then? You're such a hassle, kid. Bullhorse grumbled as he took out his phone. Spit it out. I'm busy right now. White Feather Chicken's voice came through. It's not me looking for you. It's my little brother. Bullhorse handed the phone to Liu Zheng. Human, what do you want with me? White Feather Chicken's tone became much colder. Here's the thing. I encountered someone named Fisherman in the sewer. He seems to know you, and asked if you're planning to tear up the agreement and restart the war with him. Liu Zheng said, When did I say I was tearing up the agreement? Human, you didn't wander into his fishing grounds, did you? White Feather Chicken asked. Well, I'm not sure. Anyway, the fish there were quite plump. That's definitely his fishing grounds. Did you catch any fish? White Feather Chicken asked excitedly. I caught some, but not exactly. I originally caught a megamouth whale, plus 3 others of its kind. But then they merged into one fishman. Liu Zheng glanced at the combined fishman on the ground. Ha ha ha. White Feather Chicken laughed wildly, while Bullhorse covered his ears in disgust. Human, well done indeed. I originally thought you were Bullhorse's illegitimate son, but now I see there's a reason he protects you so much. You're quite the lucky charm. You're the one who's his illegitimate son. Bullhorse cursed from the side. Tell Bullhorse to bring the fish to me immediately. White Feather Chicken urged. Boss, Napoleon requests your help delivering the fish. I heard him. Damn Napoleon. I'll take a shit in the fish's mouth later. Bullhorse cursed as he hoisted the combined fishman onto his shoulder and left. Human, this fish is very significant to me. I'll have Bullhorse bring you the Era Oak Acorn, and you can also make one request. White Feather Chicken said. Can I save it for later? Liu Zheng thought for a moment before speaking. He didn't have any urgent needs at the moment. Fine. By the way, you were asking about Fisherman earlier. Yes. He nodded. I'm not entirely clear about his background either. Only that he has many fishing grounds in the sewer. His fishing grounds occupy the most prime river sections of the sewer, and the fish he raises are all plump and tender. White Feather Chicken said, Then why don't you just buy megamouth whales directly from him? Too late. That guy is mentally ill. He only sells at irregular intervals. Unless it's his announced selling time, he won't sell no matter how much money you offer. When I first became executive chef, I had a pretty bad temper. Because of this issue, I had a confrontation with him. I stole fish from 3 of his fishing grounds. He killed over 20 of my subordinates. That's how the feud started. Later, I kept sabotaging his fishing grounds frequently, and he would kill anyone he saw from my side, refusing to sell me fish. After a stalemate, someone mediated and we signed a ceasefire agreement. White Feather Chicken explained the whole story. I see. No wonder Fisherman immediately asked if White Feather Chicken had sent Liu Zheng when he saw him. Looking at it this way, Fisherman clearly didn't let him off because of White Feather Chicken. Could be Ghost Hand again? All right, I need to get back to work. White Feather Chicken hung up. After waiting a while, Bullhorse returned too. Here. He spat out a round, smooth fruit toward Liu Zheng. Name, Era Oak Acorn. Type, item. Quality, fine. Effect 1, restores damage caused by unnatural time flow. Effect 2, if player possesses elf race, excluding unnatural elves, or plant bloodline, bloodline will evolve. Note, whatever you do, don't let squirrels see it. Can be taken out of dungeon. Yes. Quite a targeted item. For some players, it might exceed perfect quality, but for most players, it wouldn't even reach excellent quality. Trading the combined fishman for this thing was definitely a loss in terms of pure value. But since it was originally reserved for the plane tree anyway, it didn't really matter. Oh, and these two. Salmon asked me to give them to you. Bullhorse spat out another bag. When Liu Zheng opened the bag, he found many palm-sized dried fish inside. All were common quality, with effects all being stamina recovery. The note was somewhat interesting, though. Dried small fish made as gratitude, infused with the maker's goodwill and its master's full malice. With these dried fish, he didn't need to ask Bullhorse for canned food anymore, although Bullhorse stock had probably been completely eaten by him already. Speaking of which, when exactly are you planning to use that sick leave note? Bullhorse asked. I'm not going to wait for you forever, you know. Anyway, I can't use it today. Liu Zheng sighed. Why not? Fisherman told me to go hit on his daughter. Huh? Bullhorse immediately perked up. Is his daughter really ugly? Quite the opposite. By human standards, she's very beautiful. Oh, so she really is ugly then. Well, Horse nodded. Looks don't matter anyway. I'm face blind. The main issue is he doesn't even know what his daughter likes, so it's quite difficult. Liu Zheng shook his head slightly. What are you afraid of? If you can't seduce her, just take her by force. Bull Horse encouraged. Boss, do you have some misunderstanding about my capabilities? If fishermen alone could fight the entire kitchen to a standstill, what kind of pushover do you think his daughter would be? So cowardly, and you still want to pick up girls? Back when I was chasing my wife, I went for it directly head on. Bull Horse puffed out his chest. And then you succeeded? And then she took me by force. Boo. Liu Zheng made a long, jeering sound. The process isn't important. The result is the same anyway. Sure. Creak. The trapdoor was pushed open as Ghost Hand quietly slipped in. This time it didn't come near Liu Zheng, but just placed the delivery order by the door and prepared to slip away. Liu Zheng dashed forward in one step, blocking the exit. Ghost Hand froze in place, somewhat at a loss. Sigh. He sighed toward the ceiling, then signaled Ghost Hand to wait. Although Ghost Hand behavior this time was too reckless, the outcome was indeed good, so he couldn't not show some appreciation. But alcohol was out of the question. If it got drunk again, it would probably give him a heart attack. Liu Zheng took a can of drink from the cabinet, crouched down, and offered it to Ghost Hand. Ghost Hand didn't immediately accept it. Only when Liu Zheng placed the drink into its palm did Ghost Hand open its mouth and swallow it. It patted Liu Zheng's shoulder, then flipped out of the break room. Liu Zheng noticed that a cross-shaped wound had appeared on the back of its hand. Golden magma rolled inside, burning the wound and preventing it from healing. It's still not dead? Could this guy be related to the mayor? Bull Horse came over. Is that wound perhaps? Correct. Bull Horse nodded. He had mentioned last time that Si Shui enjoys golden baths. The topic ended there. Liu Zheng picked up the delivery order and looked at the contents. Item: 1 portion of sour fish dish. Address: Red Witch Board Game Shop. Order a mermaid. Time limit: 12 hours. 12 hours? Are they insane? Bull Horse nearby nearly dropped his jaw in shock. He didn't even dare imagine how much extra such a long delivery time would cost, probably enough to buy a scalper ticket to Paradise Island. Never underestimate a father's determination to prevent his daughter from marrying a blonde guy. Let's go. Liu Zheng shouldered the delivery box. What for? Following orders to pick up a girl. After leaving the restaurant, Liu Zheng headed straight for the street with the plane tree. The growth ring contract was an unstable bomb. Better to complete it sooner rather than later. Did you get the thing? The moment it saw him, the plane tree asked impatiently. I got it. Liu Zheng nodded and took out the Era oak acorns. The plane tree snatched them over and stuffed them into its mouth. A vast, ancient aura immediately emerged, spreading outwards from it as the center. Liu Zheng seemed to see an oak tree almost as tall as the sky, and as large as a mountain range, standing amidst an endless sea of trees, with countless elves praying devoutly at its feet. But soon the illusion vanished. He looked at the plane tree, whose expression now looked somewhat constipated. Evolution failed? No, I just didn't expect there would be choices for evolution. The plane tree replied, What choices? Tell me. I'll help you consider them. With you, a mere human, what the hell can you help me consider? The plane tree took the opportunity to scorn Liu Zheng, but still told him, Right now I have 2 evolution paths. One is to evolve into a tree demon. The other is to evolve into a phoenix. What's the difference? I don't know either. The Era oak acorns only contain very little memory inheritance. Anyway, a tree demon is basically a more advanced tree, with some mobility, but still needs to be rooted in the earth. Becoming a phoenix allows complete freedom from the land, gaining true freedom. The plane tree said, Then definitely choose the phoenix. Liu Zheng said without hesitation. Stupid human. To become a phoenix, I first need to build a nest, then lay an egg, then incubate the egg, and finally break out of the shell. This process takes at least a month, during which I have almost no ability to protect myself. How is that any different from suicide? The plane tree said. But deep down, you desire to become a phoenix, right? How do you know? With such harsh conditions, if you weren't truly eager, why would you be conflicted? And you've mentioned birds several times. You must envy their ability to fly, right? Liu Zheng stared into its eyes. Who's envious? The plane tree's mouth was harder than its roots. If you're worried about safety, I have an idea. Want to hear it? Humph. Say what you want. It's none of my business. The plane tree turned its face away. Bull Horse wants to get out of the restaurant to do smuggling and happens to need a helper. I can have him protect you until you break out of the shell, and then you help him with smuggling. How about it? Him? A piece of trash selling fake alcohol. I can't trust him. The plane tree shook its head directly. If you don't trust him, don't you trust me? With your measly strength, if Bull Horse breaks the contract, could you stop him? With such harsh conditions, if you weren't truly eager, why would you be hesitant? And you've mentioned birds several times. You must envy their ability to fly, right? Don't you have the growth ring contract? Just have Bull Horse sign one too. Liu Zheng came up with a solution. I can only form one growth ring contract right now, and I've already signed it with you. To increase the number, I need to evolve to a higher level. To sign a contract, it needs to evolve first. To evolve, it needs to sign a contract. A classic dead loop. Besides, do you really dare to let me evolve into a phoenix? The plane tree suddenly said, What do you mean? If I evolve into a phoenix, I'm no longer a tree, and the growth ring contract automatically becomes void. The first thing I do then is eat you. Plane tree said with a mocking smile. Is that so? Then forget I said anything. You should just evolve into a tree. Liu Zheng shrugged. Humph. New humans were unreliable. Get lost quickly. Seeing you annoys me. The plane tree shooed him away. Then think it over slowly yourself. He left the tequila and SB calcium milk and walked towards the direction of the Red Witch board game shop. Behind him, the plane tree's gaze turned towards the sky. Being able to fly isn't necessarily a good thing either. It murmured softly, its gaze seemingly piercing beyond the atmosphere. Liu Zheng arrived at the entrance of the Red Witch board game shop. It was a 4-story Gothic-style building with a huge bronze statue on the spire of the roof. It was a witch riding a broomstick, wearing a wizard's hat and an overly large cloak. And the very tip of the spire was pointed directly at her asshole. Yikes, it looked painful just seeing it. Crack. novelfire.net. A bolt of lightning descended from the sky, striking Liu Zheng squarely. The aroma of roasted meat spread around, and wisps of black smoke rose from his body. Liu Zheng didn't even have time to react before he was completely paralyzed. Several minutes later, after newly grown flesh pushed off his charred shell, he finally recovered from the paralysis. I didn't even swear an oath. Why did I get struck by lightning? He was utterly perplexed. Liu Zheng looked up and saw the witch's eyes, which had been looking straight ahead, now glancing sideways at him. All right, he knew the reason. This statue could read minds, and was also petty as hell. Sorry, my brain has issues. I offended the Great Witch. You are magnanimous. Please let me off this time. Liu Zheng put his hands together prayerfully, his tone sincere. The statue remained unmoved. Maybe you could strike me a few more times to vent your anger? He suggested. As soon as the words left his mouth, 3 lightning bolts struck down simultaneously. This time he was thoroughly cooked. After a long while, Liu Zheng, now shrunk to dwarf size, crawled out from the pile of ashes. Cough, cough, cough. He coughed violently, choked by the rising ash. Liu Zheng seemed to hear a delighted laughter. He looked at the statue again. The witch was now looking forward once more. Phew. He allowed a long sigh, beaten up by the signboard before even entering the shop. What kind of situation was this? Liu Zheng was speechless, but this also served as a reminder. In the future, don't speak carelessly when seeing statues or similar things. Who knows if they're alive? He first ate a handful of dried fish to restore his body to normal size, then walked through the shop door. Entering the board game shop, the first floor was a lobby. There were some sofas, chairs, and tables placed inside. There were also many cabinets around, filled with boxes containing various murder mystery games and board games. All the furniture was in antique style and looked quite valuable. Liu Zheng even suspected these might be genuine antiques. Welcome to the Red Witch board game shop. What activity would you like to participate in? The front desk clerk, wearing a pure black maid outfit, asked with a smile. Her skin was so pale it was almost transparent, with red blood vessels faintly visible. This was strange because normally what you see through skin are veins, and veins are purple or blue in color. But Liu Zheng didn't dwell on it too much. Maybe she was a vampire who had just finished feeding? In this world, the least strange thing was strangeness itself. Hello, I'm a delivery guy from the Bloody Restaurant, here to deliver an order. He introduced himself. Okay, can you tell me the name of the person who placed the order? The front desk clerk asked. Mermaid. So, it was ordered by Mermaid. She's currently game mastering a session right now, so she probably can't pick it up. Would you like to wait for a while, or shall I pass it to her? The front desk clerk said. How much longer until she finishes this session? Liu Zheng asked. Having played many board games himself, he knew game mastering meant being the dungeon master for a murder mystery game. This is an emotional-themed game, relatively short. It should take about another hour or so. The front desk clerk checked and said, All right, then I'll wait for a while. Liu Zheng nodded. Okay, during this time, which activity would you like to participate in? The front desk clerk asked. Thank you, I don't really feel like playing. I'm sorry, but if you're not playing board games, you cannot linger inside the premises. The front desk clerk said with a smile. Then I'll wait outside, is that okay? Liu Zheng said, started to get up. I'm sorry, but if you're not playing board games, you cannot leave the premises either. The front desk clerk smiled even more brightly, revealing two sharp fangs. Damn, minimum spending requirement, huh? Looking at the front desk clerk's stance, it was clear he couldn't avoid playing. He simply sprawled boldly on the sofa, leaning back into a relaxed slouch. What kind of activities do you have here? Liu Zheng said in a tone that suggested he was heading straight to jail. We're the largest board game establishment in this city. We have all the activities other places have, and activities that other places don't have as well. The front desk clerk retracted her fangs and walked over, even pouring him a cup of black tea. Then let's go fishing, he said. Guest, this is a board game establishment. We only provide board game activities. That's exactly what I mean by board game. The kind where you shoot fishing nets and cannonballs to catch fish and earn points. Liu Zheng gestured with his hands. Guest, that doesn't count as a board game either. The front desk clerk maintained her smile. How dare you assume its category? It's played on a table, and it's a game. So how is it not a board game? He spoke with conviction, determined to justify the fishing arcade game. Guest, being deliberately obstructive will result in punishment from me. The front desk clerk's smile gradually faded. What kind of punishment? Liu Zheng asked, looking at her slender waist. Drained dry and made into a rug. The front desk clerk pointed at the floor. He looked at the ground and only then noticed that those circular patterns were actually flattened skulls. That won't do. I'm allergic to dust. Liu Zheng shook his head. Then please don't make unreasonable demands, guest. Fine, fine. Then can we play Gamoku at least? He said. Gamoku. The front desk clerk was stunned. If you're going to say Gamoku isn't a board game either, that would be a bit excessive, you know? If you go too far, I might lose my temper too. Liu Zheng pulled out the chew stick and slapped it rhythmically against his palm. A Tindalow's hound. The front desk clerk was so frightened her fangs extended to an extraordinary length. Just who are you? She asked in a low voice. Just a mere delivery guy. Hurry up, are we playing or not? Liu Zheng urged. Since the guest has a request, our establishment will naturally do its best to accommodate. However, the shop doesn't have Gamoku. Please wait a moment. I will go buy a set immediately. The front desk clerk said helplessly. Why buy one? Don't we have materials right here? I don't understand what the guest means. Use local materials, make a set on the spot. He drew the boning knife and sliced off the tip of one tentacle. He trimmed off the excess parts, smoothed and rounded the edges and corners, and one game piece was ready. My bones are white, so they count as the white pieces. You dye your bones black, so you count as the black pieces. You can go first. Wow, you're getting a huge advantage. Liu Zheng said in an envious tone. Guest, even with pieces, we can't play without a board. The front desk clerk said with a forced smile. Who says there's no board? He lifted his shirt and cut off a rectangular piece of skin. Not too much, not too little, exactly half the size of a game board. All right, now it's your turn. Liu Zheng handed the knife to the front desk clerk. She didn't take it. What? You don't dare? The source of this content is novelfire.net. He narrowed his eyes slightly. If you can't even fulfill a guest request, what kind of front desk clerk are you? And you're wearing a maid outfit? Is this the attitude a maid has towards her master? With this level of service, how dare you receive guests? Are you worthy? How worthy are you? Liu Zheng slammed the table hard. Listening to his accusations, the front desk clerk's eyes almost spat fire. Her hands clenched tightly into fists. Her sharp nails pierced her palms, and drops of blood dripped onto the human skin carpet. But beneath the anger, deep in her eyes, there was also a trace of fear. I'm giving you two choices now. Either play chess with me, or I'll go to the municipal government to complain about your establishment. Liu Zheng shouted. Hearing this, the front desk clerk sneered. You're just a delivery guy. The municipal government won't pay any attention to you. Is that so? What if I have a first-class citizen file the complaint? He said coldly. You? How could a mere delivery guy, like a first-class citizen? The front desk clerk was somewhat flustered, but also skeptical. Judging a person by their cover, Liu Zheng looked at her disdainfully. Do you know Oink, the heavens butcher? I chat and laugh with him. Do you know the fire mage? I call his name, and he doesn't even dare to respond. The casino owner, the demon? I made him lose heavily, and he could only stare helplessly. You must know the fisherman from the sewer, right? I went to his fishing ground to steal fish, and he even gave me one for free. One heavyweight name after another made the front desk clerk's face grow paler and paler. She could sense that this guy in front of her didn't seem to be lying. I'll count to 10. After 10, I'll turn around and leave. The moment I go to the municipal government to complain, I'll immediately send the kitchen's procurement staff to buy people. Tomorrow's chef's special at the bloody restaurant will be vampire sashimi. Liu Zheng said ominously. Don't! The front desk clerk screamed. Her agitated emotions caused the blood vessels all over her body to bulge out, like red earthworms. Don't? Based on what? Based on your long teeth? Based on your high blood pressure? Hurry up. If you don't dare, I'll help you. Liu Zheng raised the boning knife. The front desk clerk still hesitated. 10, 9, 5. Do you know what will happen to you after you're sent to the kitchen? You'll be hung from the ceiling, pierced by over a dozen drills. They will continuously grind away your flesh, making you bleed constantly. You won't even be able to die, because the kitchen needs your blood to raise rats. Do you know why? Because the ingredient grade of rats is higher than yours. His voice was like the whisper of a devil. Stop talking. The front desk clerk screamed again. Invisible sound blades cut wounds all over Liu Zheng's body, and the carpet was torn apart. But he didn't care at all, not even bothering to look. 4, 3, 2. The countdown to doom continued. 1. Liu Zheng stood up and was about to walk out of the board game shop. I'll cut. The front desk clerk gritted her teeth, snatched the boning knife from his hand. Have you played Gamoka before? Liu Zheng asked. A few times. The front desk clerk said hesitantly. A Gamoku set has 225 pieces. Among them, there are 113 black pieces, and I have plenty of ways to fill the entire board. You can't possibly win, and it's even more impossible for you to lose. After finishing one game, I'll need a new set of pieces. A human has 206 bones. How many bones does a vampire have? How many games is that enough for? He asked coldly. You have to cut bones too. You'll die too. The front desk clerk shouted, as if grasping at her last lifeline. I won't die. Liu Zheng raised the severed tentacle. The finger bones had already regrown a section. And even if I were to die, so what? I like being alive, but I prefer watching you all die even more. He laughed maniacally. What exactly do I need to do for you to let me go? Is this the attitude you use when begging someone? Liu Zheng's gaze turned sharp. Master, as long as you forgive me, I will do anything. The front desk clerk knelt down and untied the ribbon on her chest. Really? Then do this first. He extended his hoof. A fierce light flickered in the front desk clerk's eyes, but she still cupped the hoof and extended her pink tongue. What are you doing? Liu Zheng asked strangely. I'm serving you, master. The front desk clerk said in an affected voice. Psycho, what if you give me bad breath? I meant for you to trim my hooves. He said disdainfully. Ah. The front desk clerk buried her head between Liu Zheng's legs. One hand cradled his hoof while the other held the boning knife. Flakes of keratin were shaved off, scattering onto the spread-out paper below. After removing the dead skin, the front desk clerk found sandpaper to polish his hoof. Not bad, not bad. Liu Zheng nodded in satisfaction as he looked at his refreshed hoof. Master, can you let me go now? Check latest chapters at novel_free.net. The front desk clerk pleaded pitifully. Of course. Just as she started to look happy, he continued. Not possible. Human, don't test my limits. The front desk clerk bared her fangs. Want to turn hostile? Fine. Vlad 3's heart blood tasted pretty good. I wonder how yours would taste. Liu Zheng said without any fear. Now it was the front desk clerk who had broken the rules, and with his legendary vest bonus, he might not necessarily lose if they really fought. What exactly do you want? The front desk clerk asked warily. I want your bones. He said, I already polished your hooves for you. Someone once said that Japanese invaders respect strength, but not kindness, and vampire invaders should be similar. If I don't make you suffer a bit, you won't truly submit. I submit, I really do submit. The front desk clerk said hurriedly. I don't believe you. Don't worry, I won't kill you. You're still useful to me. Liu Zheng grinned cruelly and inserted the knife in her mouth. Your teeth are nice. Let's start with them. No. The front desk clerk let out a terrified scream, but it was useless against his ruthlessness. Liu Zheng showed no mercy even to himself, so why would he show mercy to enemies? 10 minutes later, the front desk clerk sat slumped on the carpet, having lost 10 fingers, 4 fangs, and 2 ribs. The greed in her eyes was gone, replaced only by fear. One last thing. Liu Zheng wiped the blood off the knife with his tentacle. No, please don't pull any more teeth. The front desk clerk cried indistinctly. Who said anything about pulling teeth? The mermaid's father commissioned me to woo his daughter. I need your help. Liu Zheng said, but I'm not familiar with a mermaid. How can I help you? The front desk clerk felt relieved, but then said speechlessly, that's your problem. Besides, your colleagues after all. Surely you know something about her. He said domineeringly, I'm a front desk clerk. She's the DM. What could I possibly know? The front desk clerk complained, but judging by Liu Zheng's expression, she couldn't avoid helping with this. Here, no rush. Think while having some coffee. He smiled and took out a cup of unlucky coffee for her. Every coffee purchase required having your face opened up, so Liu Zheng naturally hadn't bought just 1 cup. Thank you. With unlucky coffee to drink, the front desk clerk's expression improved considerably. She even complained internally. If you had just bribed me with coffee earlier, none of this would have happened. Why go through all this trouble? If Liu Zheng knew what she was thinking, he would have scoffed. Didn't he understand these supernatural residents? If you didn't subdue them first, they'd never talk properly. I've got it. She seems to really enjoy hosting werewolf games. If you can perform exceptionally well in werewolf, she might view you differently. After some deep thought, the front desk clerk said, Werewolf, huh? Liu Zheng rubbed his chin. He had played werewolf before, even been quite enthusiastic about it for a while. His skill level was decent. He'd even won 2nd place in Jiang City's werewolf competition. But he had one problem. He couldn't play as a wolf. When playing as a villager, identifying 3 wolves in 1 round of discussion was routine. But when playing as a wolf, getting voted out in the first round was commonplace. Even when people didn't suspect he was a wolf, they'd often vote him out anyway. The gaming experience was terrible. The reason he only got 2nd place was because of this. Is there any way to ensure I only get villager roles? Liu Zheng asked. Well, the front desk clerk looked reluctant, but this precisely indicated she could do it. Take this money first. Buy yourself some reassuring blood to drink. He took out a stack of cash and slapped it against the front desk clerk's chest. Excellent load-bearing capacity. I don't need money, and besides, it's not easy to accept here. The front desk clerk discreetly pointed upward and returned the money to Liu Zheng. Then what do you want? You just said you've drunk Vlad 3's heartblood. I didn't drink it, but I obtained some. He said, could you get another bottle? The front desk clerk asked expectantly. Your asking price is a bit high, don't you think? Liu Zheng frowned. That was a perfect grade item. Bullhorse almost got beaten to death by the white feather chicken for it. I just want one sip. Just one sip is enough. The front desk clerk said hurriedly. One sip or the whole bottle makes no difference. He shook his head. I can add money. The front desk clerk went back to the counter and took out a thick stack of cash from her bag. Here's 120,000, all my hard-earned savings over the years. You've only saved this much after all these years? Although the salary level in this world wasn't high, she was a vampire after all. Even saving just 10,000 per year would amount to millions after centuries. I've only worked for 5 years. Saving this much is already quite impressive. The front desk clerk said somewhat aggrievedly. Then what were you doing for the centuries before that? What centuries? I've only been turned into a vampire for 6 years. The front desk clerk said, so you're a late bloomer. Yeah, and not long after I became a vampire, my blood father got captured by hospital people before I could inherit any property. The front desk clerk said pitifully, why would hospital people capture your blood father? I heard they took him to use as a dialysis machine. The front desk clerk said, I guess that's professional matching. Liu Zheng shrugged. Forget about him. That old thing didn't have good intentions when turning me anyway. Is this money enough? The front desk clerk asked. Not enough. He shook his head. Then I can't help it. This is all the money I've saved by pinching pennies. I can't even afford fresh blood, only getting decent meals when stupid customers come by. The front desk clerk said regretfully. Not sure if she regretted not having enough money or regretted that Liu Zheng wasn't stupid enough. Not completely impossible, though. Leave me your number first. I'll contact you when the time comes. Liu Zheng thought for a moment and said, since Bullhorse wanted to get into smuggling, he'd need subordinates, and the front desk clerk seemed quite suitable. Of course, he'd only make a recommendation. What happened afterward would be up to them. The front desk clerk gave him her number. Her attitude was very obedient. That's more like it. If you have no money or power, why become a vampire? At least become a boss first. Liu Zheng patted the front desk clerk's face. She nodded accommodatingly, though her true thoughts remained unknown. Of course, he didn't care. In any world, exchange of interests and deterrence of strength were the most stable foundations. Esteemed guest, are you looking to book the nearest werewolf session? The front desk clerk suddenly stood up and said loudly. While speaking, she winked at him. Yes, can I get a spot? Although unsure what was happening, Liu Zheng played along. Yes, with you we happen to have exactly 12 players for the sheriff election. With hurried footsteps, a woman in a cheapao ran down from upstairs. Liu Zheng compared her to the photo. Though her makeup was heavy, it should be the mermaid. Okay, let's play a round then. He nodded. Wait a moment, I need to change clothes first. The mermaid finished speaking and rushed toward the changing room. See, I wasn't wrong. The front desk clerk raised her eyebrows, saying silently. Liu Zheng gave her a big tentacle thumbs up. Don't forget about the role assignment. He also mouthed the words. The front desk clerk gave him an okay gesture. Though without fingers it looked more like a raised fist, the meaning got across anyway. Coming. A few minutes later, the mermaid came running out. Not only had she changed into casual clothes, but her makeup and hairstyle had changed to a pure desire style, plus she wore red frame glasses. Hiss, now this commission became absolutely necessary. Hurry, they've been waiting forever. The mermaid grabbed his tentacle and pulled him toward the second floor. The decor style on the second floor was different from the first floor. The hall was completely empty, containing nothing at all, not even painted walls. Dark red pipes were exposed everywhere on the walls and floor, with glowing green light flowing through them, like circulating blood. And in the north, south, east, and west of the hall, there was one door each leading to 4 separate rooms. The door on the east side had a complete wolf pelt hanging on it, the wolf's head with its bloody maw wide open. The door on the west side had a hunting rifle hanging on it, the barrel aimed directly at the wolf's head. The door on the south side had 2 reagent bottles hanging on it, one purple and one green. The door on the north side had a horizontal eye growing on it, continuously shedding tears. The moment Liu Zheng entered the second-floor hall, all the doors showed unusual movement. The wolf head growled lowly at him. The hunting rifle aimed between his eyebrows. The reagent bottles emitted boiling smoke, and the eye shed tears of blood towards him. "Thank you, everyone. Your enthusiasm moves me to tears," he said, touched. "What are you doing?" the mermaid asked strangely. Responding to their welcome, Liu Zheng waved at them. "They're not welcoming you. They're anticipating liberation." The mermaid shook her head. "Liberation? Correct. If the identity you draw corresponds to a door, and you lose, you will exchange souls with the door until the next unlucky person appears." The mermaid said, "Wow, looking for a replacement ghost, huh? What if I win?" "If you win, you get a prize gifted by the door." The mermaid replied, "It hasn't even found a replacement yet, and it's giving me a prize?" "The door is the door. The soul is the soul. The more you win, the more beneficial it is for the door too." The mermaid said, "I see. Here, have some coffee." Liu Zheng took out a cup of unlucky coffee and handed it to her. "How did you know I like lattes?" The mermaid picked up the coffee and took a sip. "Actually, I bought over 10 different kinds of coffee. If you didn't like this one, I would have brought out another." Liu Zheng said frankly, "Are you trying to hit on me?" The mermaid was equally direct. "Correct, but I don't think I've seen you before." She looked Liu Zheng over a few times. "But I've seen you." "Oh." The mermaid was noncommittal. "So, which door will you choose?" She returned to the main topic. "Seeing as I gave you this coffee, do you have any suggestions?" Liu Zheng asked shamelessly. "I can only tell you that today, that door really wants to win." The mermaid pointed at the reagent door and said, "Okay, then I'll go through that door," he said decisively. Based on Liu Zheng's understanding of werewolf, the identity corresponding to that door should be the witch. The witch's skills are starting with 1 bottle of poison and 1 bottle of antidote. The poison can kill 1 person. The antidote can save 1 person killed by the werewolves. Each can only be used once. It's a relatively powerful identity, but it's also easy to become the scapegoat. For example, after the first night, if you get killed by a werewolf and can't save yourself, you might choose to blindly poison someone to prove your identity, but end up taking out the seer, causing the good faction to collapse instantly, and so on. Liu Zheng was quite accurate at finding wolves, so his win rate when getting the witch identity wasn't low. Although the front desk clerk might not necessarily help him get the witch identity, it didn't matter anyway. Follow current novels on noelfire.net. He wasn't here for the prizes in the first place. Put on the mask. When they reached the witch's door, the mermaid took out a fox mask. The mask had no eye holes. After Liu Zheng put it on, everything went completely dark before his eyes. He tried to take the mask off, but found it seemed welded on and couldn't be removed at all. The mermaid held his hand and led him through the door. The room was very quiet, so quiet that not even breathing could be heard. But even through the mask, Liu Zheng could feel many pairs of eyes turning to look at him. "Don't speak." As if knowing he was about to act crazy again, the mermaid pinched his palm and said. Liu Zheng nodded and didn't ask a stupid question like, "Then how can you speak?" The mermaid led him to the table and then pressed him down into a chair. Liu Zheng leaned back and found there was actually lumbar support. Quite considerate. Several new players have joined today, so I'll go over the rules with everyone again. Regular players can also refresh their memory, as the punishment for breaking the rules is quite severe. The mermaid's voice appeared from a distance. Rule 1. No making extreme statements tied to physical actions. For example, if I'm not the seer, I'll eat this table. Given the nature of this world, the punishment would probably actually force the speaker to eat the table. Rule 2. No insulting others. As for what constitutes an insult, the final interpretation belongs to the moderator. Rule 3. No cheating. I know some players have extraordinary abilities and can bypass the mass restrictions. So go ahead and try. But if I catch you, you'll wish you were dead." As soon as she finished speaking, Liu Zheng's vision immediately returned. He looked around. The walls and ceiling were covered with tangled vines, and the floor was made of wooden planks as thick as arms. All the players were sitting around a large round table. In the center of the table was a huge cauldron, occasionally bubbling with multicolored bubbles or emitting a wisp of black smoke. Liu Zheng then looked at the other players. Everyone's appearance had been altered by the masks. Apart from their clothes, everything was identical, making it impossible to distinguish even gender. As for facial expressions, seeing those was even more impossible. This was actually a good thing for him. A very important skill in Werewolf is reading faces, meaning judging a player's identity or the truth of their statements by observing their expressions, eyes, and movements. Don't think this is mysticism. The more familiar the players are with each other, the higher the success rate of this technique. Even in games with strangers, if you're skilled enough, the success rate of reading faces isn't low. Liu Zheng somewhat suspected that his low success rate as a werewolf was because his expressions were too easy to read. While he was sizing up the other players, they were also sizing him up. Most of the gazes held probing, but there was also plenty of hostility. After all, no one knew if they would draw the witch identity. Liu Zheng noticed that all the other players had a number on their mask's forehead. He felt his own mask. It had the number 8. This game is a 12-player seer, witch, hunter, guardian, elimination by side game. Good faction. Seer plus, witch plus, hunter plus, guardian plus 4 villagers. Werewolf faction. White Wolf King plus 3 ordinary werewolves. Speaking time, 150 seconds. The witch cannot save themselves except on the first night. The sheriff has the final vote decision power. Their vote counts as 1.5 votes during voting. Speaking time, 180 seconds. During the sheriff election, 2 werewolves must self-destruct to make the sheriff badge disappear. So it's not the most standard seer, witch, hunter, idiot configuration, but the difference isn't huge. Both are considered basic setups. The witch can save themselves on the first night. The guardian can protect someone at night, giving the good faction a big advantage. But with a white wolf king that can take someone out when self-destructing, the werewolf faction isn't at a complete disadvantage either. After all, the probability of hitting the witch on the first night isn't very high to begin with. Player number 8. Your identity is the witch. It really is the witch. That coffee wasn't offered in vain. But if he loses this round, does that count as paying money for his own life? Of course, Liu Zheng was just joking. As long as he doesn't get a werewolf, he's still very confident. Night falls. Please close your eyes. The mermaid's voice sounded, and his vision went dark again. Don't get eaten. Don't get eaten. What does that mean? Liu Zheng immediately became alert. The next second, he saw 4 tall werewolves pouncing toward him. Holy shit, it's literally werewolf killing. Liu Zheng quickly ran in the opposite direction. He was no longer in the room, but found himself in a dense forest. A huge full moon hung high in the sky, its blood-red moonlight shining on him like a spotlight, leaving him nowhere to hide. Damn it! Liu Zheng soon realized this and raised his middle finger toward the blood moon. His appearance was no longer that of a tentacle monster, but had transformed into a withered, skinny witch. He didn't run far before Liu Zheng couldn't move anymore. This body couldn't compare to his tentacle monster form, not even to when he was human. In the blink of an eye, the 4 werewolves charged forward. Amidst their sinister laughter, they slowly tore him into pieces. Liu Zheng couldn't resist, and even his trained numbness to pain was ineffective. He seemed to have truly reverted to being human, a weak and powerless human. He watched helplessly as the werewolves devoured his body piece by piece. After fear peaked, it gradually turned into numbness, and Liu Zheng's consciousness fell into the abyss, merging with nothingness. The 4 werewolves lost interest in him and ran deep into the forest. Rationality decline exemption successful. The system's prompt sounded like thunder. Tonight's player killed by the werewolves is number 8. You have an antidote. Do you want to use it? Then, The mermaid's voice also sounded in his ear. The werewolves really picked the right target. Liu Zheng sighed inwardly as he regained consciousness. Thankfully, the witch can save themselves on the first night. If they couldn't, this attack would mean an immediate disastrous start for the good team. Use it, he said without hesitation. Even if it wasn't him who got killed, Liu Zheng would still use this antidote. After all, with 4 special roles and 4 villagers, the probability of werewolves targeting a special role is quite high. Some witches like to save their antidote, but this is completely unnecessary. First, if the witch gets killed on the second night, the antidote becomes useless in their hands, directly wasting a turn for the good team. Moreover, if the witch gets killed, they have to decide whether to use the poison or not. If they use it and poison a good player, it's instant defeat. If they don't use it, they waste another turn and give werewolves a chance to disguise themselves. Second, if the one killed is the hunter, they also face the dilemma of whether to shoot or not the next day. Shooting the wrong person means disaster for the good team. Not shooting similarly wastes a turn and gives werewolves a chance to disguise themselves. As for werewolves killing their own to trick the antidote, the probability isn't 0, but Liu Zheng rarely gambles on it, except in casual games. A green potion appeared not far ahead. Dragging his broken body, he struggled to crawl to the potion, grabbed the bottle with his mouth, and drank the contents in one gulp. Green light also burst forth from within Liu Zheng. Countless plant fibers grew from his wounds, quickly repairing his body. Superficially, his body looked no different from a normal person's. But only he knew he had become a half-human, half-plant monster. Daybreak has arrived. Players, please open your eyes. The mermaid's voice sounded. After a moment of disorientation, what met Liu Zheng's eyes was no longer blood-red moonlight, but blinding sunlight. He touched his face. Good, the mask was still there. Liu Zheng pursed his lips and walked forward along a suddenly appearing forest path. After walking for a few minutes, he saw a small village. At the same time, he saw 11 people approaching from different directions. SS novel FireNet. Clearly, these people were the other players. The 12 players drew closer and finally gathered at the village entrance. Everyone warily sized each other up, but no one spoke. Daytime has arrived. Please all players gather at the square in the village center. The mermaid's voice sounded, and everyone went to the village square. It was a flat dirt ground with some grains drying on it. Along the way, Liu Zheng didn't see any villagers. There were some chickens and ducks, though, unsupervised, defecating everywhere. At the square's center stood a statue of a middle-aged man who was half-wolf, half-human. He had thick fur and sharp claws, but his face looked like a normal person's. The statue's base was inscribed with text, but Liu Zheng couldn't read it. All players gathered below the statue and spontaneously sat in a circle. Now we enter the sheriff election phase. Players who want to run for sheriff, please place your hand on your mask before the countdown ends. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The countdown quickly ended, and most masks emitted black light. Only one mask remained dim. Except for player number 8, all players have run for sheriff. Now player number 10 will speak first, proceeding clockwise. Wow, almost everyone ran for sheriff. Hearing the mermaid's words, Liu Zheng felt a wave of relief. If he hadn't held back, this round would have no sheriff. The werewolves could make the sheriff badge disappear without even self-sacrificing. They'd be laughing their heads off. He didn't know if werewolves could communicate freely at night. If they could and everyone ran for sheriff, that would be too ridiculous. But even if they couldn't communicate, all werewolves running for sheriff would still be pretty absurd. Let me say first, I'm not the seer, nor a special role card. I just came up to experience the election atmosphere. But since I'm here, I should say more. I'll remind the seer to remember to leave a sheriff badge legacy. Last game we lost because the seer didn't leave one. Fake seer werewolves should remember to leave a legacy too. Anyone who doesn't, I'll treat as a werewolf, and a stupid one at that. Okay, I'm done. Player 10 had a rough voice and spoke bluntly. But you could tell he was in a positive state, and his resentment about losing the previous game felt genuine. He should be a good player. If everything he said was true, then he should be a villager. Player 11's turn to speak. My turn to talk. Player 10. If you're not the seer, why cause trouble? I'm Player 11, the real seer. Last night, I checked Player 8, and he's a good person. Player 8, you're the only one who can vote now. You must vote for me, the real seer. As for why I checked Player 8, since nobody knows who's who anyway, I just picked a lucky number to check. For now, I'll leave my sheriff badge legacy with Player 10 first. After all, I've only heard him speak so far. For the next check, I'll check Player 6, also because it's a lucky number. When I get another chance to speak, I'll consider whether to change my legacy. Speaking of which, everyone running for sheriff is ridiculous. If Player 8 wasn't my confirmed good player, I'd suspect he might be the only cowardly werewolf. Player 11 couldn't help but complain. Speech finished. Because Player 11 had a lot to say, he sped up his speech. But his enunciation was still clear, and it sounded good. If no other seer claims appear, Liu Zheng should vote for him. After all, giving votes to strong special roles to prevent counterclaims isn't very meaningful. If you discover you voted wrong later, just use a poison to eliminate them. Player 12's turn to speak. Player 12 is the witch. Last night, before Player 12 could finish speaking, the light suddenly dimmed. Everyone looked at the sky. Yellow-green rain clouds had blocked the sun. First round of random divine punishment triggered. Sulfuric acid rain. In 30 minutes, sulfuric acid rain will fall from the sky. All players not inside buildings will die immediately. After the sulfuric acid rain disappears, players will directly enter the voting execution phase. 30 minutes remaining, with 11 players left. Each player had less than 3 minutes on average, and this included both the sheriff election and voting execution phases. Everyone realized the urgency of the situation. I'll keep it brief. I'm Player 12, the witch. Last night, I saved Player 8. Player 8 is my silver water, someone saved by the witch. Hearing this, Liu Zheng frowned. This person fake claiming, which wasn't a big deal, but they correctly reported the real attack target. That left only two possibilities. First, this person was just messing around, and since only Liu Zheng was off the platform, they reported his silver water to gain votes. Second, this person was a werewolf who didn't know Liu Zheng was the witch, but knew he had been attacked, so they reported his silver water to gain votes. No, there was another possibility. Liu Zheng felt a sudden chill. This person was a werewolf, deliberately claiming which and reporting the attack target to bait out his real role. After all, him being the only player off the platform was strange in itself. He was most likely a special role card. If Liu Zheng reacted too strongly, Player 12 would guess he was the witch and either kill him at night or push him out during the day. While he was thinking, Player 12 continued speaking. If no real seer emerges later, Player 8, you can vote for Player 11. Of course, if you're confused, you can also give the sheriff badge to me. If there's a real seer, you must claim later. I'll probably die tonight, so I'll definitely use this poison. If I accidentally poison you, you'll bear full responsibility. That's all. Player 12's speech was smooth and their tone quite forceful. Without the last sentence, Liu Zheng would have thought there was an 80% chance they were a werewolf, because their earlier words seemed suspiciously like they were helping Player 11 gain votes. But with that last sentence, Liu Zheng felt their werewolf probability decrease somewhat. However, their action of claiming, which and correctly reporting the attack target still seemed very suspicious, so Liu Zheng would temporarily keep them in the werewolf suspect pool. Moreover, when it was his turn to speak later, he would be more careful not to give Player 12 any openings. However, from both their speeches this round, the one who benefited most was actually Liu Zheng. One confirmed good player, one silver water. Now his status was the highest in the game, even higher than Player 11 and Player 12 who had vouched for him. Player 1 speaking. Player 1 speaking, I am the real seer. Player 11 is the werewolf counterclaiming me, and Player 8 is their werewolf teammate. I checked Player 8 last night, and Player 8 is definitely a werewolf. Player 1's speech shocked everyone, especially Liu Zheng, who was completely baffled. Seriously, bro? Giving the only player off the platform a guilty verdict. Are counterclaiming werewolves this bold nowadays? Player 12 Witch, are you going to withdraw from the election? Okay, not withdrawing? Then I'll mark you as a werewolf too. The previous seer already reported a confirmed good player. Why are you coming out to report Silverwater? Your witch claim itself is questionable. Of course, I won't completely condemn you yet. I'll check you tonight as my sheriff badge legacy. And for the second night, I'll randomly check player 6. If you're really the witch, vote out my guilty verdict player 8 during the day and poison the counterclaiming player 11 at night. That's it. Speech over. After player 1's speech, Liu Zheng's eyebrows furrowed deeply. Although he couldn't see the other players' faces, he guessed they felt similar to him. What the hell was all that? Player 2 speaking. Player 1, what kind of speech was that? Player 2 said impatiently. It was a young girl's voice, fast and urgent, slightly high-pitched, but not unpleasant. You said player 8 is a werewolf. So can he still vote for you? Where would you get the sheriff badge from? Liu Zheng nodded vigorously below the platform. Exactly. Even if he were a good player, or even if he were a werewolf and player 1 was his teammate, after all that, there's no way he would vote for player 1. No sheriff badge, and you're talking about your damn sheriff badge legacy? And do you need to check player 12? Just have him poison player 11 tonight. Won't we know tomorrow morning? Anyway, player 1's speech is too ridiculous. I don't believe they're the real seer. Of course, player 11 and player 12 vouching for player 8 with confirmed good and Silverwater is also somewhat suspicious. I'm not siding with anyone yet. Let's see what the others say. Speech over. Player 2's speech was quite interesting. Liu Zheng nodded slightly. She came out guns blazing against player 1, then lightly criticized player 11, player 12, and him. Overall, her attitude seemed fairly positive. However, she didn't mention her own role at all. Liu Zheng suspected she was also a special role card, though he didn't know if she was the hunter or guardian. But the guardian probably wouldn't be this aggressive, so she was more likely to be the hunter. Player 3 speaking. Player 3 speaking. Player 1 is definitely a werewolf. Player 3 started strong. They not only counterclaimed as seer, but even dared to give my confirmed good player a guilty verdict. Player 8, don't panic. I'm the real seer backing you up. As for player 11, I don't know what you are. If you're a good player, withdraw now. Otherwise, I'll check you tonight. As for player 12, you decide for yourself since I didn't get a guilty verdict last night. If I get killed tonight, save me. If you get killed, poison whoever you want. If player 11 doesn't withdraw, I suggest you poison them. Player 11 still not withdrawing? Then player 12, just poison them. Player 8, vote for me. Execute player 1 during the day. Actually, I won't check player 11 tonight. I'll check player 6 instead. That's settled then. Speech over. Player 3's speech once again elevated Liu Zheng's status. And player 1's status had now become the lowest in the entire game. In the other players' eyes, it was either that player 1 was the werewolf, or that players 11, 12, 3, and 8 were all 4 werewolves together. Considering werewolves wouldn't so obviously group up unless they were idiots, player 1 being the werewolf was basically confirmed. After player 3 spoke, the other players took their turns. Their speeches were mostly similar, criticizing player 1 while expressing their opinions about players 11 and 12. Some directly claimed to be villagers, while others hinted at being special roles. However, Liu Zheng noticed that players 5 and 7 spoke for quite a long time. With time so tight, whether they were just verbose or deliberately stalling, it was suspicious behavior. SS N0V3L.fire.net. Finally, when player 9 spoke, the situation changed again. I'm the real seer. Player 12 is my guilty verdict. Execute my guilty verdict player 12 during the day today. Tonight, I'll check player 8 who's off the platform. If you're not afraid of being checked, vote for me. Then I'll check player 2 on the platform. If player 2 comes up as a guilty verdict tomorrow, execute them. If player 2 is a confirmed good player, then execute player 1, the fake seer who gave out a guilty verdict. Speech over. Let's choose the sheriff quickly. Sheriff election speech is completed. Please begin voting players off the platform. All eyes turned to Liu Zheng. His vote could very likely determine the outcome of this game. After a whirlwind of thoughts, Liu Zheng finally made his decision.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.